So we're just sitting here talking to ourselves.
Yeah, it's like my normal life.
Isn't that the truth?
Sometimes it's the only way to have a good conversation. Yo, there's an event in Moscow? Say less.
Dude, I got my tickets ordered.
Yeah, bet.
All right. We want to hear your normal life. Normal life is us just talking to ourselves like we have been for the past 10 minutes. So
essentially,
what y'all didn't hear was a whole lot of back and forth. But the main thing is I just picked up Amazon Prime. But I picked up Amazon Prime specifically because Game Night is a Twitch affiliate, and you can subscribe for free if you are an Amazon Prime member. So if you don't have Amazon Prime, the only reason you need is to become a subscriber to Game Night via Twitch.
Now, I'm not a techie guy. Can you watch past streams on Twitch, like from that same provider?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you can.
Because I love when I'm doing dishes, doing chores and stuff, watching gameplay, watching.
You're a good house husband, aren't you?
No. This is me pretending I am right now. But I love watching stuff, and then what I do is I watch it with the daughter, and she's learning to, not be a blue player. Yeah,
not be a blue player. Yes. Yeah, well, you see, blue players are the best, and so I guess.
Yeah, I too wish I could lean on a crutch that hard and.
Oh, because you don't lean on Adnaz.
I don't. Do I cut Adnaz?
Yeah,
I did. Fun
You're
fact.
running Mardu with no Adnaz. That's crazy.
Hey, I didn't say it was good. I just said I'm not. I just said I'm not running it right now.
It's like running Teamer without Dockside. It just doesn't work anymore.
God, rippity dip for the boy.
For the boy.
I mean, I will say though, how has the meta shifted, in your opinion, since the bannings? Obviously, drastically. There's a lot less turbo out there, but what is the one thing that you've found to be the most prevalent?
See, I don't think turbo really took as big of a hit as we expected it to take. I think the more prevalent hits are going to be on your more mid-range decks, like your Teamer Dargo, any of the Dockside reliant decks. I know it was fringe at best, but Alina Thrasios, the more creature focused Teamer decks are really going to be the ones that took the biggest hits.
Alina was the tap for a red for so you do Phyrexian Dreadnought, bam,
100%.
tap for.
It was the cool red Selvala.
Dude, I love Selvala.
Selvala
low key, one of my favorite cards.
But again, there was not a big hit on the mono green players because that's cool. I got rid of Crypt. I still have Llanowar Elves and Elvish Mystic and Finhorn Elves and every other green dork in the possible of existence.
Right.
And so I don't think that T and K got hit a whole lot because it's just a pile of good cards, and eventually you're going to be able to stream a win together regardless if you have Mana Crypt or Dockside.
Yeah. 2 draw into the command zone is just...
Now, I think that the prevalence of Crom being on the board is a lot lower because you don't have the Jodas and you don't have Crypt, but at the same time...
I'm okay with that, though.
I don't know. I think if I have 2 commanders in the command zone, I want to be able to utilize both commanders. That's what I really like about TNK or TNT.
Yeah.
I like the utilization of Tymna and Thrasios and being able to pick which side you want to go with the deck. If you want to go more of a mid-range, you lean more heavy on Thrasios. If you want to go more of the turbo, faster mid-range, then you lean more heavy on Tymna. And so I think TNT is my new favorite deck, and I have it built, and it's been a lot of fun. But mine is mainly the breakfast combo.
I was about to say, you run that breakfast stuff, huh?
I do.
Because breakfast is the best meal. That's not a debate. It's not a debate. It's funny that you say that about the 2 partners, and you want to cast both of them. It is one of the main reasons I don't run Rog. I've never touched Roxai. I've never touched Malcolm Tana, which I would love Malcolm Tana as a concept, and I haven't touched, Dargo and Ikra, which again, love Dargo decks. Pretty much my entire time playing tournaments has been Dargo
decks.
decks.
You just don't ever touch Ikra, and so there's no point.
It's a dead card.
100%.
And then with Malcolm Tana, you don't touch Tana. And I love Teamer. Teamer's super fun. Malcolm's crazy fun, but it's a dead card. And then like and I'm not saying that the decks themselves are bad because of that. I don't think that at all. But it does bother me, you know?
I
Like,
agree.
it's just a personal thing.
And it's the same for, so I made a joke to you a couple months ago about possibly running a 5-color Go Shintai deck in cEDH.
But like, not a joke.
At no point did I ever find the need to run Go Shintai over Najila or Kenrith or any of the other proven 5-color lists. It would just be a 5-color pile, and at that point, play the better commanders.
Yeah, it's actually funny that you say that because I sleeved together Kenrith just the other day, and I've been playing with it a little bit, and it's more like a lot of creature combos. And then I saw a buddy play Scion, and I'm like, it's kind of derpy. Yeah, I'm like, that's kind of derpy fun, and I'm here for it. But again, like you just said, it's just a 5-color good pile with a couple dragons thrown in, and like do some dragon stuff sometimes. And while that's a cool backup, what's better? Is that better than Najila? No, it's not. Is it better than Kenrith? Honestly, not really.
No, because you're talking about Kenrith, so the really fun thing about Kenrith specifically, Najila is mainly just go fast and try to get your combos on board as soon as possible. Where Kenrith, there are so many different avenues that you can go with Kenrith because of his activated abilities.
Oh yeah, dude.
If you want to run stacks, you can run stacks and just stacks out the entire board and just rely heavily on his activated abilities to churn through your deck. You can go 5-color turbo with the draw cards and focusing on Adnaz. You can go more of the mid-range with the creature combos.
Yep.
There's just so many different things that you can do with Kenrith, and I think that was my favorite part about possibly building Kenrith, but it's also the most difficult because you want to add all of the really fun cards.
You really do.
And I think I put it up on Moxfield a while back, and I think I was sitting at like 150 cards in my deck.
And like, you're not wrong. Like 150 cards, and all of those 50 cards that are too much. You're like, it's kind of hard to still cut. They're still really good. Thinking about
it's 150 cards with 27 lands, and so it's like I can't even cut lands to make this even better.
Yeah,
this is
like I think 27 lands, by the way, is like, to me, either I'm on 24 or 27. No different. Like,
see, I think you can go up to 28 if you're running a Thrasios commander.
Sure.
If you're focusing more on the Thrasios, 28, 29. If you're focusing on the mid range.
But do you consider Otawara and Boseiju even lands at that point?
I do. And the reason that I do is because sometimes I don't need that channel effect. Sometimes I need that green mana. Sometimes I need that blue mana.
True. Oh, but Boseiju is so good.
Boseiju is so good.
Speaking of like all these different different variations of Kenrith, I'm guessing at the 10K that's coming to Nashville, there's going to be tons of variety.
Isn't that the Land Goes 10K?
It is the Land Goes 10K.
I'm pretty sure, I was talking to Steven earlier, Game Night and JC House of Cards are going to be there. And that's going to be the 23rd to the 25th. I think it's going to be a fantastic event. I'm super excited about it.
Yeah, I'm literally on Top Deck right now, thinking about signing up for it right now. I will also say, coming to Game Night, there's not a lot of stores in the area that I trust more than Game Night to have stuff.
Absolutely.
I would rather come to Game Night to get my stuff because they generally have everything I need. Like, very few times have I ever seen them say, sorry, someone just bought it up. It's like, okay, well, that's fine.
And if you follow them on all the socials at Game Night TN, they keep updated with what they are getting in stock and everything like that. As a matter of fact, they just put up a post the other day talking about how they just got duels restocked.
Yo.
And they have quite a few of them sitting in the case right now, so y'all be sure to head down and jump on that train and get some duels.
Man. Someday. Not today, but someday. I'll be able to afford.
Someday you'll be a real boy.
I'm just saying, I'm not going to tell anybody if I ever win the lottery, but there will be signs.
Oh, 100%.
And I will have all those duels. I will be coming into Game Night and just...
Absolutely. They have quite the selection. I'm always enjoyed coming in here and taking a look around. But we are going to be coming into a break. See y'all later.
What up, all?
And we are back. We finally got our last player that finally showed up. Bringing some cope. We heard outside that there is some major coping going on
Yeah?
out there. I'm looking forward to seeing how it plays out. Once everything gets set up, I think they're establishing mulligans right now, and then we will.
There we go.
There we go. We are
We
on
have
mulligans.
Brea. Oh, Brea. Love this.
And
Okay.
the cope
Hashtag.
aesthetic is Hashaton.
So, okay, the commander itself, though, is not Cope.
No, I think the way, because we both know Abby. She is a very good friend of both of us, and so we know how she brews, and I think the way that this deck has been brewed, I'm excited to see how it plays. I think it's a little crazy, but
I mean, she loves graveyard decks.
She does.
The idea that, from what I understand, she wanted to do was Keurig with Esper, because she's known for playing Keurig so much, and she wants to use the graveyard a little bit for that. By the way, I've already seen what's in Brea's hand for the starting hand. Holy hell! You have Esper, Mana Vault already. Land. I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Brea immediately. Carl on Narset, I really like this Narset card.
see, I'm a big fan of Narset, but I told you at the
Like
very
winning.
beginning, I am quite partial to Rogsai.
You know, it's funny because I was saying how I haven't seen Rogsai in a while, and you literally said there will be a Rogsai here today. And
100%.
oh, speaking it into existence.
Hashaton hype. I think Rogsai is. I think it's the best deck in the format. I think
that's really strong to say, man.
At this point, I think Rogsai is the best deck in the format.
Why do you think that?
Because I'm partial to Rogsai.
That's fair. That's totally fair. I don't even think it's the best Grixis deck right now.
Oh, dude, you're high as hell.
I am, because I'm on that Marchesa hype. But yeah,
not a chance.
No, dude,
not a chance.
You know what's funny is that, like, you were talking about how the bans didn't affect some of the turbo. I think Rogside wasn't affected as much as people thought it was going to be. I mean, Dockside obviously hurts. Crypt obviously hurts.
I think Crypt is the biggest one for
I agree.
Rogside.
I agree. I think if you unbanned Crypt and JLo, Rogside would just get that boost it needed to just do some more things.
All right, speaking of Rogsai, I see a Force of Negation in hand, a beautiful Force of Negation.
Yes.
Looks like we got a Scrub land in hand as well.
Scrubs played Rogside.
Can't play Scrub, never mind.
Yeah.
It looks like a Scrub.
But it ain't.
It's not. I hope not.
Um,
That would be really unfortunate for that guy, whoever Joseph Key is. I'm not trying to be a butthead, but I don't know you. So I hope that you didn't put a Scrubland in Rogsai.
deck check. You know what's actually one of my favorite parts about dude, it straight up looks like a Scrubland. I see the one you're talking about right now. I think that's an underground sea.
Scrubland.
Well, it's not good. He's pitching it, so it doesn't matter, right?
Pitching the land.
Yep.
I didn't see. I think he has an Undercity Sewers in hand.
Yeah, I think he's going to try and play the slower game here, which is kind of weird because, again, we were just talking about how Rockside could still
Turbo pilled.
Dude, it still slaps.
All right, here we go. We have
Watery Grave, it looks like.
Watery Grave into a Mystic Remora.
Mystic Remora on the play is so good.
You might as well turn your TVs off now, folks.
Yeah. But don't. Please don't.
Please don't.
Yeah, we want you here.
I mean, you can turn your TVs off as long as you're watching on the computer.
Yeah, facts.
We have a Spire of Industry from Narset.
Not a huge fan of Spire of Industry unless you're running a lot of artifacts.
I think if they were playing Elsha, a Spire would make more sense. All right, so we have a tapped Blood Crypt from Rogsai.
And then Rog, because it's free.
Unlike...
I think there's a fish pact right now, and I'm here for that.
I am too. I am 100% here.
Show me that Esper, big boy. Show me that Esper Sentinel. You know you want to. Yeah, Marsh Flats. Go get a, I'm going to guess and say Tundra.
I think he had Tundra in hand. want to get the
Scrubland.
scrub.
That's a Scrubland.
That's a
and
scrub.
he can play Scrubland.
He can.
No cheating there.
None whatsoever.
You know, it's kind of funny. Like, I feel like Scrubland, like fetching in these colors, is kind of underrated because it gets you any tutor, all your best tutors, and that silence effect that just kind of sits there in your hand a little
100%.
bit, just for. And there's that Esper.
And there's the Esper Sentinel.
Still not feeding the fish. You love to see that. All right, Abby is gonna go to draw. Pass that active player token. That a boy. See, he knows the rules of the stream.
And Abby's gonna pay for that fish.
I feel like this hand probably was a couple lands and pray to God you draw off Mystic, because you don't pass up on the play Mystic.
No,
Like, you just don't. All right,
you know what we're not gonna see a whole lot of anymore? On the play Ristics.
You know what? I'm okay with that.
I
think
am
we're
not. Being
really
a blue player,
Oh, okay,
I miss
yeah.
my on the play Ristics.
Yeah, you're right. It is definitely less prevalent, but it's so game warping to see that. You know, like when you see on the play turn 1 Ristic, it just becomes a 3v1 at that point.
Absolutely. All right, so we have a untapped Steam Vents coming from Carl.
I have a belt made of watches. It's a waste of time, Carl. A waste of time. Is that a Steam Vents? No. Yeah. I don't know the alternate art of that one.
I am not 100% sure what that is, to be completely
Carl
honest.
needs to pass that out to put. There we go. Nope. We skipped it over. Okay. So Rockside kept a really slow hand. Like, I'm a little, or he's holding it back because of the Mystic, right?
And I think that's where we are. Looks like we're going to get an Urza Saga from Brea.
Hey, check out that silence I told you about that you're just gonna hold up. I didn't see it, but I'm glad I figured it out. Right? Ooh, a little foily Urza Saga. Right?
You know I love my blinding.
Oh, dude. I'm not saying that you've turned me on to being like a little foil junkie, but like it's a problem. It's a real problem.
So nice.
It's a problem.
Speaking of foils, I was talking to Kellen, my co-host here, the other day. I was at a random little hole-in-the-wall shop looking for some hole-in-the-wall kind of cards, and opened up a binder, and there sat a Foil Academy Rector.
Oh, it's so pretty.
It's so pretty. I had to pick that up immediately. I didn't really have a deck. Oh, we're going to go ahead and let the fish die.
I mean, it hasn't drawn a card yet.
It hasn't.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing about Hashiton, though, is that it's a 2-drop. So it's an Esper colored deck, but you could drop it for 2. And
There's the D-Tutor.
And D-Tutor now for something that you might want to pitch. Right? So that's their Esper Sentinel draw. Another great turn 1 play, by the way, is Esper Sentinel.
Do you think that we'll see the crit come out now?
No. I don't think
Do you think that she tutors up the crick to try to get some of these cards out of her hand?
I mean, she would need a lot of just black cards to do that, and you want to have more of an Esper shell. I think she's going for like a Ristic Study or something like that, because she already has 3 mana to do it, right? And we're going to pull up this deck list, by the way. Deck list is the button over there. Yeah. I am curious to see what this list is going to look like. Yep, see? Esper Keurig is literally the name of it. And I already see Chainer. I already see
There's Balthor. Crick, she's still on the Gary combo. She does have a Noose, so that's pretty sick.
Azur? Do you think that's for like the anime deads and stuff like that? Like
I do.
necromancy?
I think that, or the Ristic Studies, I bet you she's on Tortured Existence. Choose and discard a creature card, return creature card from your graveyard to your hand.
Yeah. So you do that, it gets Hashiton triggers, and you can pay the black with the Keurig, so with the life total. It's cool. I think it's a fun little interaction. I don't know if I'd run it, but that's just me, right? And the Necrotic Ooze is like her favorite combo, like ever. Like even when I was playing with her against Kenrith, and I put out Necrotic Ooze, she like stopped. She's like, whoa.
There it is again. There's the frog.
The Psychic Frog is what he's talking about, by the way.
Psychic Frog is probably one of my favorite cards to come out really in the past couple years. I love Psychic Frog. We have a Jeweled Amulet coming from Narset. Never. I have never, I saw it a couple of times against an Elsha player, But other than that, it has been very infrequent that I've seen a.
Well, it
seen
turns
a
on the
jeweled
Spyro
amulet.
industry.
It does.
You know, fun fact about Jeweled Amulet, it was the first ever 0 mana rock I ever bought for an EDH deck. When I was first getting into EDH, it was from my Winota deck.
And there's the Bergie from
Oh.
Rogsai.
Now, I'm not going to lie. Bergie, in my opinion, super underrated. It's like a top 4 card for me all time. I think it's super versatile. It really helps you storm off, especially in a Rogsai deck where every spell costs like 1 or 2. That red mana goes a long way.
You know, going back to Abby's deck list, I see Vohar and I see Rona. There's a Paradise Mantle, float the red from Bergie.
To equip it. Yeah.
But I'm not seeing a Retraction Helix for the Mox Amber to get your infinite draws off of your Rona or your Vohar, which is surprising to see. I'm also not seeing a Staff of Domination or not Retraction Helix for Vohar, but the Retraction Helix for Rona. But I'm not seeing a Staff of Domination for Vohar, which again...
You can't use Keurig for that.
But still, if you're going to play Vohar and you're going to play Mox Amber...
You might as well.
You're already on Swan Song, so you can make the Infinite Swans.
By the way, this Esper Sentinel has drawn more cards than that Mystic Remora ever did. I also think Rogsai is prepped and ready to start winning.
I do too. I think the Paradise Mantle with the Petal and the Bergie on board. I think that they are primed and ready to go.
We have a Mox Diamond pitching a Tundra. Chrome Mox pitching a different card. Blue and a Displacer Kitten. Getting rid of a Displacer Kitten never feels good. But you do what you have to. You do
100%.
Whose list is this?
This is Rocket Pants. So Patrick.
Oh, so not any of these players.
None of these players?
But yeah, you haven't seen Plague On before?
No.
Brother, welcome to Azoria's Draw a Lot of Cards. It's kind of fun, actually. I think you'd like it. So we have 5 mana up for Brea.
Let's get back to this game.
5 mana up for Brea, right? And this is one of the reasons why Brea isn't seen a lot, is that it costs 4 colored pips to play. Oh! Value Abolisher. You love to see it. Value Abolisher, baby.
You love it.
Yeah, you love to see it. Guys, I promise. It's just the boy.
I'm not trying to win right here.
And there's a Mindbreak Trap off of for Abby because the Grand Abolisher was the 3rd spell because of the Mox Diamond and the Chrome Mox. He has backup. He has backup for that. You know what? He's not going to let it happen. Oh, he would have to pitch the Intuition to be able to do it. So he doesn't want to do that. So he's probably just going to let this Grand Abolisher go. I mean, I would. You only have a Silence and an Intuition in hand. You have to pitch the Intuition. You have a Silence in hand still. Chill.
Yeah, I would let the GA go.
Yeah. I mean, you don't want to, but you have to. Right?
At this point, because I have the Silence in hand, I would...
he just draws off of the Mindbreak Trap, though, because of Esper Sentinel. Did he get a blue card to pitch, though? That's the real question. I don't think he did.
Pretty sure he drew a land.
You know what's neat about this, too, though, is that he can now just set up again. I don't think Hashiton's prepped to win. I do think Rogsai is prepped to win, so you want that Silence for that. But he doesn't have a white open, because he used both of them for the Grand Abolisher.
He did.
So you're hoping now that you draw at least 1 blue card for the Force of Will, and pray to God that Rogsai didn't keep more interaction. You also have Narset over there that could also have interaction, although, I'm not going to lie, I've played against that Narset before in the last tournament here, and didn't run as much interaction as I thought for being a Jeskai deck.
So that is Carl's list, right?
Carl,
that kills people. Carl Gowan. Let's pull up his list. Let's be a little judgy for a minute.
Need to see different games. Tevesh game preferably. These guys have no fans in the chat. Switch game.
If only it were that simple, my friend. If only that were that simple.
So, see, this is what I expected to see. He has a Banishing Knack. I bet you...
Well, he's on the Otter, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a very standard combo these days. It's compact. Banishing Knack isn't a dead card without the Otter, in my opinion, because it can be technically removal, right? But with the Otter, it's just infinitely better. Alright, so we're still on Brea's turn. Alright, never mind. He is switching off. He has a 4/4 construct. He is tapped out. So he probably has a blue card to pitch that Force of Will. Abby's checking for some information. I think Hashiton's going to be a really prevalent deck in the coming meta. Not only had Ian hyped it up, he just top forward with it recently, but a lot of people find it to be a very fun deck because it has a combo that you cannot interact with at all. Cast Angel's Grace, crack LED, and no one can interact on the stack because the Angel's Grace is on the stack still, and you win with Leveler and Thassa's Oracle.
100%.
Yeah. If that gets pulled off today, I'll buy you a sandwich.
Well, in order for that to get pulled off by her specifically, she would have to be on Leveler, and she is not.
Well, I do know there's another Hashiton here.
So I guess I won't be getting a sandwich from this game.
Not this one. Not this one. All right, Abby, what you doing? Tapping that underground sea for what?
What you doing? I think here if I'm Rogsai, if I have interaction, I'm just gonna an Imp Seal from Hashiton.
She's still in the setup game at this point. I assume she felt she was probably going to draw more cards off that Mystic Remora because of the Rogsai.
100%.
Right? And Narset's a big artifact heavy, and Bray's literally an artifact deck. You would think in this pod, Mystic Remora would have drawn something. She probably had that Imp Seal from turn 1 to then pay for fish, draw it off the Imp Seal, and then just go from there. But 'tis not the case no more.
I think if I'm Rogsai at this point, I'm holding my interaction for my turn.
Oh, 100%.
If I have to stop a win, then I have to. But I think I'm holding my interaction for my turn, and I'm gonna try to jam here.
You know what's interesting about this play too? She already demonic tutored. So what did she detutor for? Is it just another one A plus B combo kind of thing?
She detutored for the Mind Break Trap.
That's big brain play. Could you imagine predicting that something was going to happen like that and just doing that? That's wild. So we were talking earlier about the meta.
So I think, real quick, we just got somebody popping into the chat. My personal favorite is Rogsai, but again, I am biased. I want to see Hashiton win just because Abby is a friend. I am biased towards my friends.
Oh, hell no.
But at the same time, I kind of want Rogsai to win because I want to show Kellen that Rogsai is still as prevalent as it is.
Of course, it's still prevalent.
Because Rogsai is goated, and there is not a better Grixis deck in the format. Marchesa
I actually have a pick for that. Malcolm Vile.
No.
Malcolm Vile is crushing it lately.
No.
Okay, well, good talk. Glad we had it.
No.
No.
Rogsai
the numbers mean nothing.
Rogsai walks circles around every Grixis deck in the format right now.
And
this is coming from a Kess player.
Talk about like blast from the past, though.
Oh my goodness!
Holy crap!
Kess is fantastic. I love Kess.
By the way, Imp Seal Pass. Interesting.
I think she has a Swan in hand, based on the untapped Watery Grave.
Yeah. Oh, Ranger Captain coming out. Such a good card. Arguably top 2 white printed card right now in the format. I would say Smothering Tithe is probably number 1.
No.
You don't think Smothering Tithe is probably the number 2 card in the format right now?
No.
What's better than Smothering Tithe? Rhystic and what else?
In white or
no, in general? In general.
Rhystic in the One Ring. I think the One Ring beats Smothering Tithe.
I think that's an arguable, like, a good pick. I think it's a good pick.
And
To
then
answer your question, though,
Rograk and Silas are both better than
Silas is better. Silas is better than
the commander that never
Yeah.
gets cast.
Yeah,
is
yeah, yeah,
better
yeah.
than
The fact that he
Smothering Tide.
gives Rog blue and black makes him better. Therefore,
Exactly.
Therefore, I honestly, do you know who I again? Abby's a friend, known her for a while. I know Carl for a while too. When he was one of the first players I ever played against in a tournament. I really want to see this Brea win. I've been wanting a Brea deck for so long. It's just so hard to justify Brea when you have Tim the Crom in the exact same colors and doesn't need the pip investment to get your commander, but the outlets in the command zone for Brea. So to me, I would love to see Brea win. I'm happy for any of these players to just jam. I like to see good games.
I do too, and I think that's the big thing. I'm not. My favorite is Rogsai, but that's own personal bias. But I'm okay with anybody winning at this point.
Lion, as someone who has had this happen to, I'm going to deflecting swat that Orange Chant comment back to you. Oh wait, sick Orange Chant, bro. Smothering Tide right now is, in my opinion, it's in every deck that can play it. Like 100%.
It is one of the first, and an Imp Recruiter from Narset.
What
do you go get here?
I mean, he already got the Ranger Captain, right? So he gets the Ranger Captain tutor. Now he gets the Imp Recruiter tutor. I think he's just gonna get something again to set up for something else. He already could have had his Esper Sentinel out, which he can't anymore. Right? That would have been a nice
Spellseeker.
That will do it. Spellseeker does great in Narset. Although I probably would have played the Esper Sentinel personally, but I guess he can set up. He could also just get the Simeon for that extra mana boost for the next turn, or the Mockingbird.
There is a possibility of Mockingbird, but you could also set up the High Fae Trickster.
How are you on that card?
I'm not big on it, but
Same.
some people like it, some people don't. One thing I do want to talk about real quick. We're turn what, 5 or 6, something like that.
There's the Mockingbird.
Rocksai's still at 40 life.
When's the last time you saw Rocksai have 40 life after turn 3?
Never.
Okay.
Coming from a Rocksai player.
Yeah.
Never.
Yeah.
Not one singular time.
I'm telling you, man, I've never seen someone jam Necropotence so fast on turn 1 or 2 than you on Rocksai. And there's no way you could win with it. You're just jamming it. I love it. And you're having a blast, and that's what we're trying to do here is have fun. But also,
I mean, I'm also trying to win.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
We're looking at this Rockside. Only 5 creatures in this Rockside list. We storming, boys. You got Thoracle, and you got Bergie, and the rest are just mana producers and Flash.
And your win con.
Yeah, it's Thoracle. Talking about the High Fae Trickster, I think Flash speed is better now than it's ever been.
Hey, if you didn't know, Rogsai's on Adnaz.
No way.
That's crazy.
I
never would have thought.
You know what's funny is that he has that 5 mana. Just saying. And he's at 40 life. Just saying. He's swinging with Bergie at the Hashaton. Get him. Punchy with the Bergie.
And again, right before the band's Necro Dominance came out, and this Rogsai is on Necro Dominance. How are you on Necro Dominance?
It's just worse Necropotence to me. Unless you're running flash speed stuff, I'm just not a huge fan at all. I think that it's just the fact that you have to end the turn with 5 in hand alone makes it just so much.
Untapped 5 mana from Rogsai.
Yeah. Cough.
Are we expecting an in-step Adnaz?
What? No way.
Or an in-response Naz? Those were always my favorite, trying to find the counter spells.
It's funny, because what you do... That Ranger Captain, by the way, sitting there, you do this at their end step, and they might think, oh, I'm just going to crack my Ranger Captain in response to like going into your upkeep. Fine, Final Fortune?
Until I crack that Valley Floodcaller.
Well, it's just Final Fortune. Cool. Sculpt my hand to 7, win? Question mark? MVP of the game so far is this Esper Sentinel, by the way. It has drawn
So many cards.
Yeah.
But I also think that that RCOE, I think it held back Rogsai from going for it that turn. I think we are going to see an end step Nas.
Yeah.
There's a Steam Vents from Brea.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yes, it
That's
is.
fancy.
It's pretty. It's one of the Unfinity ones.
Oh, on your Finity.
Oh, on your
Got
Finity.
Harder Daddy? Lion's Eye. Okay, so we already have the Lion's Eye out. It's like, so I think Brea is just kind of just went, ooh! Ooh!
I guess we're going to see if he had that Nas. Or he jams it now.
No chance he jams now. Does he?
Do you jam now?
I
And
mean,
hope
I
you
know
don't hit
you
the breach?
I mean, I
And
know
hope you don't hit the breach.
No breach, flip. No breach, flip. Oh god.
Hits breach first card. Fuck.
Dude, how many times have you done that on like a DemCon where you're like, oh, this card, and it's literally the first card you flip, like, well, tis not the time to do it. Oh.
There's the Valley Flood Caller.
And that's clutch. That's clutch. By the way, still floating a Bergie mana off this.
Still
so
floating
like
a Bergie.
he still has mana to work with. Actually, he has 3 mana to work with now.
And this can be a very easy gamble into something. Like, I don't know.
I mean, bro, that's actually a really good point. That he can now gamble at instant speed, which is so powerful. Okay, so now he's pitching the Intuition and the he's pitching the Intuition and the Force of Will for this. And the Silence. Remember, he had backup.
So he had a Pact and a Force. So he's going to force pitching Pact. And there's the offer.
You said there was Swan Song, now it's an offer. He gets 2 treasures off that, though. Right?
Which I don't know if I want to give Rogside 2 treasures at this point. Not with a Valley Flood Caller on board.
Yeah. And, by the way, 2 floating red. 3 floating red. If you cast something else right now. Oh, he's paying for the Esper Sentinel, probably.
This is a fun little stack here. So we have a Wheel of Fortune with the Force Pitching Pact on top. And then we have an offer over the top of the Force Pitching Pact, assuming that the offer...
So the Force of Will was again for the Valley Flood Caller.
Okay.
Then he's trying to protect his Valley Flood Caller. And then...
Abby offered the protection.
Correct.
Oh, look at that City of Brass. It is beautiful.
Yeah. Oh, wait, where's his 2 treasures? I'm assuming he's going to get them out. So, pitching. Oh, remember that Rhystic study we told you about? There you go. That Rhystic, a Necromancy.
And the Shieldred.
And a Shieldred. Huge. Pitching the Silence as his card. You know, just throwing it out there, if Hashiton was out, and she did that instead of doing the Imp Seal and the other thing, she could have had a Shieldred right now.
100%.
And would have done work. Which is part of why people like Hashiton so much, right? You can just reel into something that's so... Oh, I see a Reanimate!
I see an Enlightened Tutor, a Reanimate, a Plateau.
And yeah, and a bunch of lands. You bleeding, son. You bleeding. And he has a Mox Diamond. He could do the Shieldred right now.
Yeah.
You know what else?
Oh, and a Fierce. He has a Fierce in his hand as well.
Fierce Guardianship?
Yep.
Oh, Brea's not out.
Brea's not out. I wonder... There's a Soul Ring from Hashiton. Oh, so he must have just wheeled and passed. I wonder if we're going to see an Instep Enlightened Tutor.
I would imagine that's why he kept the Mox Diamond up. And also the active player token should really pass.
There's a Petal.
Off an Ancient Tomb. I think at this point, you got to put Hashiton out there to like start getting value off this. It's the whole point you have this deck. And not Keurig, for that matter. You know,
well, having Hashiton also opens you up to the interaction. When was the last time you saw Crick interact with anything on the board other than winning?
I mean, well, certainly I've never seen it act on the stack, which is huge. And yeah, on the board, Abby does run a lot of them.
There's the Hashiton.
There you go. which is great. Hashton being 2 mana means Fierce Guardianship and Deadly Rollick are like instant slots, which is really powerful, which is again why Rogside is so good, because
100%.
instant, you get those 2 cards. That card advantage is great. Now remember, Carl tutored up 2 different creatures and did not play them, and just had to pitch them. Narset does not recur creatures very well.
No, it does not. Being Jeskai, you miss out on a lot of your reanimation effects. You do have Savine's Reclamation, but
like,
are you gonna Savine's
for
a Mockingbird?
Are you gonna Savine's a Spellseeker? It's the only thing that's worth it in that deck, or your Ranger Captain for another turn.
There's a Cavern.
By the way, I agree, Big Yeti. Jeweled Lotus should never have been banned. That's such a weird banning to me. It always was.
I still got my borderless foil sitting in my binder.
I got my proxies.
Just in
Yay!
case. I got the borderless foil Dockside, got the borderless foil Jodis, and I got the signed and sketched Mana Crypt sitting in the binder right now, waiting for this April. Hopefully this April unbanning of all 3. That would be fantastic. Nadu can stay in the graveyard. I really enjoyed the deck, but it needs to stay away.
I hate that deck so much. It reminded me of Golos.
Yes.
Where it's like, cool, I killed the Golos. Well, I just paid another mana. It's fine. Like, I don't care. Narset finally comes out. So, Narset's really cool because you can stop breach lines and stuff like that and then just recast their breach with attacks.
Absolutely.
I love that. I actually ran Narset in Blue Farm for a little bit, just for like fun. It actually was one of the more powerful cards I would cast generally because of the nature of Blue Farm being like this control deck that would stop a lot of things, and I would just play their spells.
Absolutely. I really enjoy Narset. It's been one of the decks that I've been looking at but have never pulled the trigger on just because I'm not a big Jeskai fan. But I like the mechanic. I like the idea of the deck. It's just not something that I think I would enjoy playing.
That's fair.
I am a Teamer and a Grixis player. Through and through. I want to win with creatures or I want to win with Adnos.
You know, it's funny that you say that because like one of my favorite creature combo decks was a Jeskai deck.
See, I really like Kaikar. Kaikar has been so much fun for me.
Deck. I think you should build that up to be cEDH, dude.
I have it.
Like, actually sleeved?
Mm-hmm.
Bro, I think you should, like, practice with that. Like,
Kaikar has been a lot of fun. I love storming.
It's literally Bergie in the command zone.
100%.
Like, which is, like, kind of crazy to think about.
The loss of Crypt and the loss of Dockside hit it a little bit, but not too much.
I think the Crypt banning it hit a lot of decks that honestly needed it to catch up to stuff like Rogsai. Like, it needed it. But, like, you also don't want Rogsai to have it, so, like, what are we doing here? Interestingly enough, notice how the Rogsai player did not have Agnos? So he just kept up 5 mana for...
no reason. I wonder, he was probably going to instep the Valley Floodcaller on Carl's turn.
Yeah.
Is my idea behind it.
And just sit back on flash speed.
Yeah.
Because, he only runs 5 creatures. So he'll get there eventually.
There's the Chrome.
Mox pitching a card.
I'm assuming it's going to be a magic card.
I'll take that bet.
Okay.
You want to actually hear a fun little story about Chrome Mox? I was in Atlanta not long ago. We drew a game that, by all intents and purposes, we should have lost because we responded to the imprint trigger and killed the Chrome Mox before he could imprint a card on it. It's pretty cool. Fun fact, if you don't know if you guys know that, you can respond to imprint triggers.
100%. It is a triggered ability.
You're a triggered ability. Got him.
You trigger my ability. It's the same way for like Staff of Domination. That's why your staffs, or not Staff of Domination, Isochron Scepter. That's why Isochron is not really that big of a card anymore, is because there's so many more effects that you can respond to, and imprint is one of them because it is a triggered ability.
You know, Speaking of, thanking our players for like watching and following. You can follow Game Night now through Twitch if you have Amazon Prime for free.
You can.
Yeah.
And I said it earlier, it's the only reason I have Amazon Prime. I think it's worth it.
Yeah. Ooh, Narset getting that
The heuristic study.
Wait,
With the prophecy foil too, it's such a pretty card.
Yeah.
So pretty. I'm partial to the galaxy foil. Or not the galaxy foil, the confetti foil. But that's just me.
Well, I can tell you from experience that looking at those cards reminds me that I'm on a teacher salary and I have none of them. So there is that.
The prophecy foil is not too bad. The confetti foil was
Define not too bad.
You can pick them up for like $250. It's not too bad.
Or hear me out.
The confetti foil is $780.
Or hear me out.
You just buy a boatload of proxies.
I can buy groceries
and proxies.
And I don't have to sleep outside because my wife won't kill me. No proxies. You only buy things at Game Night for the best prices around.
100%. They are the premier card shop in Columbia. But hey, sometimes I live an hour and a half away, so sometimes it's a little bit of a drive to get out here, and I got to get the proxies before I can make it out here.
I will say it's actually one of my favorite things about coming out here for these tournaments. One, because the competition is really fun. There's a really good cEDH community out here.
Yeah, when they show up on time.
Yeah, but let's not get crazy. You ask too much. But like Game Night, it's like my 1 month that I ever get to spend money on Magic, and I'm definitely gonna buy things because I'm going out to Game Night. I save up my little allowance I give myself for coming out here. Because it's always worth it. They always have the stuff I want.
Absolutely. I gave Steven and the shop a very obscure list of cards, and they were still able to pull quite a few of them. And so it's always nice to know that I can come to a shop and bring in some off the wall cards and know that they have most of them. And so it's always nice.
So Carl was figuring out how prowess works.
Yeah,
and
apparently.
Casting the heuristic means that you get the prowess trigger then and there. So we're good. It's actually kind of funny. Abby still has the lowest life total. She hasn't cast Keurig. She hasn't used her life total for much. I can see, or I can remember, that Shieldred would have been real nice. Real nice.
And even with Rogsai sitting at 32 at this point after attacks were declared by Carl. You're still in prime Nas range.
And Rogsai, if you're above 20, you're in prime Nas range.
Dude, if you're above 1, I'm shooting Nas. I don't care.
Yeah, I'm ripping this. We rip this.
Screw it, man. We're here for a good time, not a long time.
You know what? Facts.
That is my anthem when I play Rogsai.
Your brightest stars burn the shortest, right?
Dude,
so
I will turn one Demcon for a Mana Crypt any day of the week. And
have witnessed. Have witnessed. It was the bottom 3 card.
It was the last card.
Yeah. Worth.
Exactly.
Make him have it.
I'm here for it, Game Night. That's exactly what I force him to do when I play Rogsai. Make you have it. I've never won on turn 1 with Rogsai, but I have definitely tried consultation for no reason.
Not for lack of trying. But to be fair, watching you on Rogsai, there were turns where I was just like, oh my god, how is he still casting cards? He bowled a 4. What is he doing? And it just works, man. It just works. Rogsai just has that ability to just keep going,
Dude, and when Crypt was here, the no land hands weren't really that big of a deal if you got enough rocks. I remember one game that you and I played. I think we were playing at one of our other local shops. And I kept Petal, Crypt, and Ristic on a mold of 3. And that was the epitome of a Rogsai hand. Just blowing your entire load on one of your... There's a Grim Tutor from Rogsai.
So cards like this Grim Tutor probably are seeing more play.
I love it.
Because of those bans that happened. Those were free slots that had to get filled by something. And just another tutor is not...
I love it.
Yeah. It's not bad. Paying for
I did
Ristic.
see a couple of Rogsai lists running Leyline of Anticipation before Valley Flood Color came out.
Ooh! Flare of Duplication on the Grim Tutor? Yo, he's
sacrificing the Roger.
sacrificing the Roger, I would assume.
That's what I'm assuming. You're not going to sacrifice your Bergie.
Hell no. Hell no. I can't tell you how many times I've had something like Diabolic Intent in my hand where I'm like, I'm not sacking Bergie.
No, not
for that. Like, it's too good. So now he's going to have 2 red mana floating.
Well, right now, because Duplication is still on the stack on top of the Grim, he does still only have the 1.
Well, they can respond to that trigger as well. Oh, I do see a Flusterstorm in Samuel Key's hand right now. So
and he does have, not that it makes a huge difference because he does have, there's the Fluster.
There you go. There's the Fluster. So he has to pay 3 to stop. Like, what if he focuses on 1? And he has 2 mana available right now, right? Because he's responding to the Bergie trigger. I would assume that would be the right play.
Now, are we flustering the Flare or are we flustering the Grim itself?
You fluster the Grim because then the Flare doesn't matter.
Yeah, we know that. But does Sam know that?
Sam seems like a competent player.
You seem like a competent player too until
I am such a good actor though. I'm so good.
Until you get under camera, man.
Yeah, dude.
You're very camera shy. I've learned that. Last night was a prime example.
Last time?
I said last night.
Oh, you can't ask me to perform under pressure like that.
I thought you liked pressure.
He's not wrong. You know what? It's funny. He had backup for that Flare, but Flusterstorm is going to stop that.
100%.
Literally the one counter spell that he would need to not have that happen. Well, nope, he's casting it anyways. Ooh, is he doing that because then he's going to have more Bergie mana floating? So it's essentially a free spell. So
at this point, your Red Blast is free.
Yeah, your Red Blast is free. Get the Bergie trigger, get the Lotus. So he's actually paying for more. He's able to stop both Flusterstorms because of it.
Well, remember, there's 3.
Well, there's 3. Red Blast 1. Bergie mana pays for another one. Lotus Petal pays for the last one. There's your 3. And he still has 2 Bergie triggers on the stack.
You're right. You are absolutely correct. Somebody would have to respond to the Bergie trigger.
Yeah.
On the Red Blast in order to get him to stop.
Now Carl once again talking. He's
trying to figure out how prowess works again.
It doesn't work here, Carl.
It does not.
It does not work here.
Carl.
There's the Fierce. Now he has I think he drew it off the Ristic, and he's gonna stop the
Grim.
Yeah, which is the right move.
100%.
Yeah.
I'm hopeful for Joseph that they would stop the Flare and not the Grim, but
that's right. You're the little cheerleader for that little Rogsai. Ooh, and you know what's worse about that? Oh, Pro Sugar. Here's the thing about that. Not only did he lose double tutors,
there are 3 rounds Table Tyrants.
3 glorious rounds at game night. I wonder what they're calling a judge on.
I don't know. I'm gonna go out and listen.
Yeah. Ooh, eavesdrop.
And let y'all know
Eavesdrop. While we are waiting on that information, okay, be sure to check out the store calendar on our website and our Discord for upcoming events. There's lots of events here, like the Team Trios, Vintage Cube, obviously cEDH events, stuff like that, and also other games. I don't happen to play Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh! Or anything like that, but there are other events like that here at Game Night throughout the month. And you can find us at all major social sites at Game Night TN and online at GameNightTN.com. Something tells me it's going to be about the Bergie triggers. I'm not 100% on this. That's why Corey is doing some recon, but the Bergie triggers are... Yeah. He still will have 2 Bergie triggers on the stack, if not the third one that he just got from the Red Elemental Blast, which means he'll have 3 red mana floating. He can recast Rog and re-equip the Paradise Mental if he do so chooses to do that. And he still has his Lotus Petal because technically the Lotus Petal would have paid for the Flusterstorm stuff, and I believe Carl responded to the Flusterstorms being paid before they got paid for. And if that's the case, I think that's a little bit of a pulling the trigger a little too soon, because you could have made him pay for all the stuff, lose the mana, and then Fierce Guardian shipped the Grim Tutor, which it seems like that's what happened. So I'm going to guess this was about Bergie triggers.
No. So
no.
the judge was called to verify the exact thing that we were talking about. And we're going to talk through this. No, we're going to talk through this over top of the game. So we'll jump back into the game every once in a while as I explain what the judge was called for. So right now we have a Ragavan coming down from Joseph. So the judge call was the Flare of Duplication and the Grim Tutor. So would the Flare of Duplication still resolve and get a Grim Tutor even though Grim Tutor was countered? And
No.
obviously, as we see, he's not searching his library. And so the judge determined that because the Flare of Duplication did not have a legal target because the Grim Tutor was countered, it now fizzles and does not resolve.
Got it.
That was the
there's nothing for the Flare of Duplication targeting because the Grim Tutor is off the stack.
Correct.
All right, we're passing turn here. Clutch by Carl right there to do that. Also, really risky by Rockside to really throw in all those resources when you see a Ranger Captain on board. You know, that was a lot.
Absolutely.
Brea, I want to see you do your thing. Cast your commander. Remove things off the board. They're not going to do that. Although they do have plenty of mana to do stuff with. Interesting part of that little flurry of interaction, right? Abby used nothing.
Not one piece of interaction.
Not one piece of interaction in Esper colors is great, because that means you're not using resources that silence or an Orange Chant, which was mentioned earlier. Orange Chant, still a great card. Don't get me wrong, love it. Any Flubs players at the event? No. Last time there was plenty. This time not so much. Oh, pop that neck. So Ranger Captain's still on board. Checking. Brea is now checking for Carl's graveyard. I'm assuming either
It's because they have that reanimate in hand.
Yes. You know what they really want is for them to crack that Ranger Captain on someone else's turn, and then reanimate that Ranger Captain to then win for themselves. Because remember, they had that Grand Abolisher with Intuition. Brea can still do some things. You know, you're still in the best 4 colors in Magic right now, right? At least as far as the combination goes. There we go. Brea called that. Paying for the Ristic with the Chrome. Alright, so you still have Lion's Eye. You still have Box Diamond. I think he's probably going to hold here. Why? Not just like have your tokens. You have removal on board at any time if absolutely necessary. Right?
I'm still baffled at the fact that we pitched the kitty to the Chrome Mox.
I mean, look what was in his hand, though. Intuition, Force of Will, Grand Abolisher, Silence. Do you pitch the Silence and then have an easier
I would pitch the Silence personally.
That's fair. I think that's a very fair.
Being in the colors that Brea is in, you need that Displacer Kitten.
I mean, not to mention the fact that how good Displacer Kitten is with Brea, and you just pump out resources constantly. I think it's great. Again, this is why I want to run a Brea deck so bad, is that that having that in the command zone stuff. The only problem is it doesn't have the green for all the mana dorks I would like. Box Diamond. Casting Reanimate. Targeting Spellseeker? Question mark.
It's got to be Spellseeker, right?
I mean, Spell Seeker pretty good, or is it targeting the Shield Dread? The Shield Dread right here puts pressure on life totals, and we're at that mark where it's like we're starting to round the corner, you know? They're discussing right now what the target is for the reanimation. Just a reminder for those of you, like as we're waiting for all this spell to resolve, that they are a Twitch affiliate now, Game Night. If you have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe for free. I literally just did it before this game started, so I can watch past events and events now. And future events if I ever can't go to them. And it was the children, by the way. Lose 4 life, gonna gain a lot more. Because you're just gonna keep drawing cards on Esper. You're going to draw cards on your turn. Worth it, in my opinion. He's tapped out, by the way. I think that he's just gonna end there unless he swings. Nope. Goes to Abby's turn. You have a 5/5 construct out there. Why aren't you just swinging? People forget about that.
That's my big question. Like you said, that having a 5/5, especially with life totals, they're not super low, but they are dwindling. And so right now, I'd either be swinging at Hashaton or at the Rogsai. Rogsai has plenty of blockers, or by plenty of blockers,
2.
They have 2, but you only have 1 creature, so.
Right, and he's not going to block with Bergie.
Definitely not going to block with Bergie, and I think it's a very low possibility of blocking with Ragavan as well. And so
you don't block with Ranger Captain.
No
and you're
chance.
Not going to block with Hashaton. So like no one's blocking a 5/5 coming in right now. I wonder if he's keeping it up for like some other loop or something like that. Like he just really wants to make sure. You also, Abby just untaps and passes. So either that wheel did nothing for her, except for give her some mana, or she's got something spicy brewed. She has how much mana open? 1, 2, 3.
A metric crap ton.
Yeah, and cEDH, a win.
Yeah, plenty enough for a win.
Yeah.
4 mana gets you a win in cEDH. And so we this is kind of peculiar.
Yeah. But again, Esper and Flash. We were just talking about this earlier. Flash is more prevalent than it's ever been. So it's very easy to just go flash in an Otter, flash in a High Freight Trickster, and just start winning immediately.
But do you think that we're going to find a win in the next 27 minutes?
God, I hope so.
I do too.
I think that's like the biggest change in the meta that I've seen. It's so grindy now. The last tournament I played at, I had five draws. It's like, bro, just finish the game. Because what happens is everyone holds up interaction. That's what they do. They sit back and they just hold up interaction the entire time. And no one can win.
And I think that given the way that the game is going right now, I think the more grindy games, I enjoy playing Magic, but I definitely don't want to be sitting here playing the same game for an hour and a half, for 80 minutes. You know what I mean?
To come out to a draw.
Yes. If I'm playing a game that long, then I want to be the one that comes out with the win.
I think that was one of the things that drew me to cEDH as well, because I've been playing Magic for a long time, but the fact that cEDH is like we can close out games, we can play 5 games in an hour without it being like it's not unheard of, you know. Maybe 5 games is a lot, but
5 games is quite a bit.
But not if you're on Rogsai.
Not if you're on Rogsai.
Not if you're on Rogsai.
And I think that's the biggest thing.
Oh, crack Ranger Captain.
All right, so we cracked the RCOE
and upkeep, so he's going for it.
Yeah, there's no reason for him not to go for it at this point.
Yeah.
And so I think right now, what do you think he's going to be jamming with it?
Breach.
You think Breach?
Yeah.
You have the RCOE in the yard, so
This is a Jeskai deck. There's not a lot of things that like Thoracle needs the Brain Freeze to work.
yep.
And the only way that works is if you run Underworld Breach. So I wonder, can Narset cast the Grim Tutor?
No, I'm pretty sure it's only enchantments. Let me double check. Attacks, exile non-creature, non-land card with mana value less than its power. So yes, they could cast the Grim Tutor and
or the Demonic Tutor that he just cast right now.
And put the Breach in hand, or if you already have the Breach, then go grab the Brain Freeze and win that way. There's so many different opportunities for Narset to pull this win out right now.
Yeah.
I just hope it happens within the next 20 minutes.
Now, could you look up for me real quick on Brea how much what's the activation cost of Brea?
2. It's 2 in the sacrificing of 2 artifacts.
So what you're telling me right now is that in a desperate situation, how big is Narset? 3?
Narset right now, its power is
before prowess.
4. Before the prowess is a 3, but right now he has a prowess trigger, and so
he could have, once he cracked that Ranger Captain, right? Do you just pitch your hand, sacrifice the 2 artifacts, and kill the Narset?
You cannot kill the Narset because the Narset's toughness is higher than the power, and so Brea would have to sacrifice 4 artifacts and pay 4 mana in order to kill the Narset.
Target creature gets -4/-4 till end of turn.
Yes, but with the prowess trigger, it's a 4/5 right now.
Right, before he goes to like in his upkeep, is what I mean.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You could do it in upkeep.
Okay, so once he cracks,
there's the intuition.
And there's the intuition. Yeah.
If nobody has any interaction, Brea or Narset will win this game. There's nothing that's gonna indicate anything differently unless somebody has interaction. And it doesn't look like anybody has interaction. He's gonna go get the intuition pile for Jeskai, and that's just gonna be the way that it is.
Yeah. A little disappointing that the Brea didn't pitch the hand to stop the Narset right there.
There's the Breach. We're gonna go grab LED
and Savine's Wreck.
Sevrek. And so
how many cards does he have in grave? Well, enough because
plenty.
Because of that Wheel of Fortune.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, not even that. Just think about the interaction that he's had. That he has plenty of cards in the yard for this to work. There's the LED. Show me the Sevrek.
Yep. We all know the piles, ladies and gentlemen.
It's a very easy. Jeskai is probably the easiest color combination to win in. Grinding Station.
Okay.
Does that mean he has Savine's Reclamation in hand?
I mean, he would have to. Because he got LED, Grinding Station, and Underworld Breach. The only reason he would have gotten Grinding Station is if he has Savine's Wreck in hand and Brain Freeze in hand. Well, and Brain Freeze in hand.
Yeah, he would have to have both.
Yeah. Yeah, see, they're discussing right now what he could have in hand to do this. Yeah, again, the only way he would not get Savine's is if he has it in hand, right? Like
100%.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's in the yard. He pitched it off of the wheel, but I didn't think I saw it.
I didn't see it then either.
Whenever they did the
so
wheel.
Do you give him the Grinding Station?
I think you have to give him the Grinding Station. You can't give him the LED. And they're going to give him the LED.
They give him the LED. Okay.
And
so
he has the mana to cast the Brain Freeze right now.
And then he plays that. Okay.
LED, trigger prowess.
Trigger prowess.
Come on, Carl. Prowess.
He didn't even give his recruiter prowess. What a jerk.
Prowess. Alright, there's 2 mana. There's the Savine's Reclamation.
Yeah. Yeah. There it is.
And you're going to bring back Breach because you can get the Grinding Station back with the Breach.
Correct. Correct.
And now you're going to crack the LED, grab the grinding station, and you're just going to repeat the process.
Yep, rinse and repeat. Again, really,
I'm digging the grinding station, but at the same time, that was a weird way to do that. I think at that point, you grab the brain freeze instead of grabbing the grinding station.
I mean, he has to run both, right? Can't not run both. I can't imagine that grinding station is in there over brain freeze.
Nope,
Yeah, so
he has both.
Yeah. So he's
re-intuitioning?
Intuition again.
For what? What do you need at this point that you can't just win with right now? I guess he goes and gets the brain freeze?
Sure. I mean, he's on Thoracle, right? I assume. Yeah. What are we doing here? He has mana silence.
Yeah, because you just grinding station until...
I
guess you could go get a silence effect.
No, he has silence in the grave.
But
he was just showing what's in his graveyard right now.
There's no... I don't understand why we're re-intuitioning here.
I mean, rub some salt in the wound. Never done
that? I guess.
Have you ever done that to an opponent?
But Sam does have the Fierce in hand.
But Ranger Captain was cracked.
Yeah. And so...
Again, I think at that point, the moment Ranger Captain was cracked...
You knew.
Like, you should have pitched your hand and used Brea. Like, you don't like it. It's not fun. It's not great.
And there's the brain freeze.
But you had grinding station already.
And there's the Thoracle. Why are we re-intuitioning for any of this? You have the grinding station, just put all of it in the yard. I guess he just doesn't want to worry about having to be forced to draw with an empty library.
You know what's actually funny about that?
I guess.
That's how he beat me last. It was my first tournament back, and I accidentally tainted pacted my whole library, and he had off in the corner a little, what's that land called?
Cephalid Coliseum?
Yeah, he had Cephalid Coliseum off in the corner. He's like, by the way. I'm like, oh, okay. Dead to rights. Got me with it. I'm like, okay. Never going to make that mistake again. It doesn't matter at this point.
No, it does not matter. For
kicks and giggles.
Yeah, I would give him the gamble.
And they did. Aha! Got him.
Kicks and giggles.
Yeah. Well, when you interview him at the end here, you can ask him why he double intuitioned. Maybe it was to get more cards in the... I honestly don't know.
I can't imagine why you would need more cards.
Yeah.
Just grinding station until you find brain freeze.
Look, strong win for Narset though. The sitting with the Ranger Captain out there is always something you have to worry about if you're these other decks. You have to be aware of the fact that Ranger Captain can be used offensively and defensively.
100%.
And which is what he did here. Use it for offense to essentially protect his win. And unless someone has mana open and a channel ability, which frankly I don't think anyone has at this point, because you would have done it with the intuition cast.
Yeah.
On the crack of the or something. So I don't know.
But also you could also have channeled the Underworld Breach, but then he had the Savine's Reclamation. He could have cracked LED in response to the channel ability.
Well, once he casted intuition for the second time, he channel it right then. Right? He doesn't, and then he doesn't have the mana.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I do not know what we are discussing anymore.
Yeah, I don't understand either.
Pitch your gamble, son.
Okay, that's cool. You have 3 mana. Can you just win the game?
You ever had... Is he casting Silent? Okay, no, he's exiling Silence. I was about to say...
What are we doing?
He's casting Brain Freeze.
You gotta cast Brain Freeze here. There's no...
Yeah.
There's nothing else that you can do. You crack LED. For the 3 blue, you get your Brain Freeze. You crack your LED again for 3 blue. Get your Brain Freeze again. There's the Brain Freeze.
Yeah.
Okay,
so now we got the loop going. So, although red lost Dockside, right? Although we are at that point where we have lost a huge piece that made red so powerful, Breach is still one of the most prevalent combos in the format.
Breach is the best red card. Even with Dockside being in the format, Breach was the best red card, bar none.
You know what my first Breach deck ever was? Neheb Dreadhorde Champion.
Dude, Neheb was great. I really enjoyed when you played Neheb.
It was goofy.
It was a lot of fun.
But I'm just not brave. I'm not James. I'm not brave enough to do it in a tournament. That dude is the mono red king. I could never compete with that. At least it's not in mono red.
He jammed Magda at CCS, didn't he?
Yes, he did, and he did pretty well. Magda, talking about flash speed stuff. In my opinion, right now in cEDH, you are either doing one of two things or both things. You are either playing blue, or you can win at flash speed,
or both,
or both, right? Like ideally, you want to do both, but it's
okay. What are we discussing at this point?
I don't know, because you can't make someone draw with Brea. That's not an ability she has, right?
If it was Kenrith, they could.
That would be hilarious. Cracking the LED now. To do what? Yeah.
And there's the handshakes. We are done here. Big shout out to Narset. Good job, Carl.
Yeah. I think clutch right there was getting the wrist 630 off of Narset and putting out that Ranger Captain. Really just sealed the deal. Really strong move on that end. This is why Jeskai still is prevalent. Even though he double tutored and didn't get any of the cards that he double tutored for, he was still able to pull out something. And why Narset is such a good commander.
Absolutely. Once they clean up, we'll bring Carl in for an interview.
Yep.
You're gonna do the interview.
Okay.
That's just how it's gonna go.
Just a reminder, again, great game. Congratulations, Carl. Game night will be at the Land Go event in Nashville, a 10K event in Nashville, May 23rd to the 25th. Super exciting that Nashville gets such a large event, and that game night will be there to sell cards.
Yeah, I'm super excited for the event.
You gonna play in it?
I'm gonna try to. I think it would be a good comeback.
Yeah,
it's been a while since I've been able to jam in a tournament, so I think a 10K is the right time to.
Do you already have a?
Yeah, I'm gonna do TNT.
Okay, all right. Well,
the only way to go.
All right. Well, thanks guys for the first round. We will be back with round 2 and the interview coming up. Welcome back, everyone. I am here with Carl, who just won on stream with Narset. First of all, starting off the day with a win. Feels good?
Feels amazing, brother. Amazing.
So, when you were going through those lines, first you saw that Wheel of Fortune after you double tutored. How did you feel after that?
Well, I felt like that because I wanted to originally start out doing a Wheel of Fortune into what I needed, but when he brought the necromancy that shielded in, I was like, well, that line pretty much
They can't do that anymore.
Yeah. So I was just like, I had to figure out another way, so I went ahead and just went intuitioned. But as he was doing that, when he did that, I had to think ahead, like, how am I going to get around this? Because you can't just wheel. I mean, that's bad.
Yeah.
So, for once, I thought far enough ahead. It's like, on upkeep, I'll just crack the ranger captain.
Yeah.
And if they got something, I have a silence in hand.
So, did you have a tutor in hand as well?
No.
You had the intuition.
Well, first I had to go to combat, go get the demonic tutor from Abby's to go get the intuition.
So, right then, were you scared that the Brea was going to kill Narset before you could do that?
When I sacrificed the ranger captain, yes, because without it, I didn't have any way to tutor.
But then he didn't do it, and you're like, by all means, let's jam.
Let's go.
I love that. So, why the second intuition on the breach?
In my mind, it just simplified it.
Okay.
Because
you got all the time in the world at that point.
Yeah, pretty much. It just simplified it where I don't have to think as hard. I know already what to go get.
Uh-huh.
So that way, if they happen to have an Ottawa or whatever, it's easier for me to just to work around it that way.
I love that. Okay, I love that. You're thinking ahead of the other interaction that could have happened.
Yes.
Last question. Why Narset? I love Narset, by the way. I think it's a great card. But why Narset?
I've always been a 3-color or a 5-color player.
Okay.
5-color is really hard to play consistency because almost every card looks like a great card.
Right.
So with 3 colors, and I've always been a fan of Jeskai.
Okay.
Not just because it's USA.
Okay.
But
doesn't hurt.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bonus. But I've always liked Jeskai better. I felt like with a good player, Jeskai, for the most part, seems to be better.
Okay.
3 colors. I mean, I'm sure that's a hot take to some people.
You know what? Doesn't matter because you're the one playing the deck, right?
True, but I've had to put in a lot of time because there are a lot of nuances that you have to play with and learn to interact around with. I mean, like, there's absolutely no way for Narset to get under Kennen.
Yeah.
There's none.
A lot of decks can't get under Kennen these days.
So, you know, you have to, a lot of things you have to do. People like, my favorite card to this day is Tasha's Hideous Laughter.
Really?
Yes.
It's interesting.
So I was like, okay, well, one way, if I get an opportunity to beat Kennen that he can't interact with, is not let him have a library.
That's definitely a way to stop Kennen.
So when you Tasha's, then you copy it, or you breach it over and over again, get rid of them, and that's niche plays that you can do in Jeskai that other colors can't do.
Right. And I love that. You get to use one of your favorite cards to do a combo to win games. That's great.
Yes.
I love that. Well, congratulations, Carl.
Thank you.
Hopefully you do well. We'll see you in the top 4, hopefully, right?
Praying for it.
All right,
after
man.
Last year, no top 16s.
Oh, let's change that today, yeah?
1 so far this year, so number 2 is today.
Okay. Love that for you, man.
All right,
Congratulations.
appreciate it, brother.
Thanks again to Carl who just won round 1 on stream. A plug here, free loyalty program. Sign up in store or online at GameNightTN.com. Earn 1 coin per $1 spent. Use coins to get percentage of coupons. Like, you can use it to like lower prices on things and for sales, which is great. I just spent some money, and I wish I knew I had this loyalty program because I would have definitely got some coins. So thanks, guys. We'll see you for round 2 coming up soon. What up?
And we are back. They are resolving mulligans right now
Round 2.
for round 2. We are going to see that Hashaton player again from Abby. But
We have
we
Kenrith.
have a Go Shintai list.
Yo, we have 2 5-color decks. We have Sean on Kinnan. Sean is... I don't know if you've ever played against Sean.
Sean is a fantastic player.
She is very good.
Let's pull up this Go Shintai list because
Because you want to cope that?
I'm kind of intrigued.
I honestly, dude, I've seen this before. Like, I've heard of it, never played against it. We have a polluted delta into a tropical island into a delighted halfling, which is great for Kinnan.
100%.
Oh, we have another turn, 1 fish. There we go. Here we go.
Big thing for the Go Shintai list, they are on Wargate, which is probably one of my favorite Bant cards ever printed.
I'm not gonna lie. Why don't we see more Wargate?
The only artifact
Singular.
in the Go Shintai list is not a Soul Ring, but a Chromatic Orrery.
That's hot. That's hot. I'm here for it. I'm here for
That
it.
is wild. They're on the normal Hondens. Mind over Matter, which means Mind over Matter is kind of weird since they're not on the One Ring.
Yeah, but you're just creating infinite mana. And you're just tutoring with Go Shintai.
Titania's Song.
Dude, have you seen this before?
All non-creature artifacts
Yes.
in play lose all of their usual abilities and become artifact creatures.
That are equal to their CMC cost. Buy all your little rocks. Deuces!
All your Twezos.
All your treasures mean nothing. Dude, that's hot. I
Dude,
know what I'm picking.
I'm pulling for Go Shintai here.
I play Kenrith. I know we have 2 Mystic Remoras in the beginning, by the way. cEDH in a nutshell, am I right?
Facts.
But dude, this Go Shintai list, I gotta see this. I gotta see this, man. I want this.
Dude, I am extremely intrigued.
Yeah, big fan. Aaron. Oh, Aaron. I played against Aaron a lot. He's a good player. We have Kinnan turn 2. Got right on curve. Like the way Richard Garfield intended. Ooh, and another mana door. This is a great opening hand for Kinnan. Already presenting with what? 6 mana next turn? That's why Kinnan is so powerful, right? Like, just turn out.
I told you from the beginning that I think Kinnan is the premier deck, one of the top decks in the format right now. And
I would agree.
This is one of the reasons why.
Yeah, 100% that Kinnan has the ability to power out mana so fast and has a mana sink in the command zone to use all that mana.
100%.
It's like exactly what you want right now. So you can start your grind game 2 turns earlier than everyone else, right?
So we have a City of Brass from Go Shintai into. They did end up paying for fish, so they're just going to pass the turn on a City of Brass.
I think
We have a Windswept Heath from Kenrith.
I see a crop rock in Kenrith's hand. Want to get those creatures out so you can get that Gaia's Cradle. You know what I'm saying?
I think the Cradle is the premier play right now, but or not necessarily right at this second. But getting those creatures out. Oh, it's not a Windswept Heath.
It's a Temple Garden.
Oh, you were right. He just shocked it in.
Yeah, shocked it in Temple Garden. Fish trigger.
And there's 2 fish triggers.
Fish trigger. I will say, this is kind of where Kinnan wants you to be. If I'm Kinnan right now, I am loving the fact that you're paying for a Mystic Remora and doing nothing on your turn.
100%.
And, I mean, again, with a turn 1 Mystic Remora, we'll just sit there and try and draw more cards off the Mystic Remora. And I'm telling you, it's already drawn more cards than the last time, but...
By 1.
Yeah, which is literally...
Oh, it was a Windswept Heath. He tapped
just
it
shortcut.
for,
He's just shortcutting it. Okay, that's okay. I don't mind doing stuff like that.
No, not at all. I think
I don't know
shortcutting
about-
for games like this, I don't know if I would have tapped it for mana in quotations,
Right.
but the
Is that a command? Is that cavern?
that is an exotic orchard. It is the 40k exotic orchard surge foil.
Oh, fancy, and it taps for all colors.
Is it the 40k?
You know, this is again another situation. Like, what's the point of having a 2 mana commander that you're not casting on turn 2?
He does not
Not have the certain printing on the.
Well, no, it's not. It's not on here.
We got
Also-
Nuzzlehole.
and that's why you want to be blowing out all your mana that quick in Kinnan.
So now you have
a turn
7
3
mana.
Nezahal is ridiculous.
7 mana and a draw engine on field. And it's turn 3. I don't know what these other players are going to do to catch up to this, but
No.
they better figure it out quick.
I'm still pulling for Goshintai, but this seems to be the Kinnan's game.
Yeah.
There's nothing at this point. It's a turn 3 Nezahal, man. Like, what are you gonna do about that?
Well, funny that you say that. I was just discussing on Discord last night and how disappointed I am at how little removal there is now in the meta.
I agree.
And how people are like, we just want to get our advantage engine out like immediately, and we all just sit back behind engines. I'm like, people need to run more removal in this format, and I'm trying to figure out how to do that. Oh, what is that? What I think it is? It is. We're going to enchant the Nezahal, and it's going to become a forest.
That is a Song of the Dryads.
It is Song of the Dryads in cEDH. Not on my bingo card for this year, but
Definitely not on my bingo card. I also didn't expect to see a Goshintai in this tournament. So,
well, I think that's just a fun, little surprise, right? You're getting everything you want in this tournament,
I
right?
am, dude.
You're getting the Rogsai, you're getting a Goshintai.
all the eyes. But
Is
no
there anything
knees.
else you? Oh, damn, that's deep. That was deep, man. Snaps. I feel like I should wear like a beret or something.
You should.
Little blues jazz club. What are we figuring out right now?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure they called Judge. Let me go see what they're doing.
Maybe they're asking about the targeting on song, if it's on cast or if it's on resolution. Oh, Song of the Dryads on Kinnan. That's huge. Cuts the mana down a lot. Nezahul's still a problem. But like removing the Kinnan without really removing the Kinnan is kind of clutch. Not gonna lie. That's clutch. Alright, Kenrith. Yeah, he did it to the Kinnan instead.
So the Judge call was made on verification of the Oracle
Whoa,
text
kite
of
sail! Talking
Song
about
of the Dryads.
So what was the call on?
The call was the Oracle text on Song of the Dryads because that is an older printing Song of the Dryads and it has been errated since it was printed.
So what does the new text say? That it's just a forest, right?
Yes.
Okay, loses all of the text.
All of the other abilities.
And that's what he really wanted to
Yes.
make sure of. Yeah. So kite sail, really interesting that we're just talking about removal not being very prevalent.
Kite sail on the you have to do it on the Nezahal. There's
100%.
nothing else that you would want to be doing it on. And Sean's entire board is pretty much gone at this point.
What a huge swing. We went from like Kinnan is absolutely in the driver's seat and it's not close to maybe Kinnan doesn't.
Kinnan
Is back where-
still has
5 mana.
6 mana because you have the 4 lands and then 5 and 6. And so I have 6 mana, but now you don't have a commander and no way to put him back in the command zone for you to even bring him back out at this point. And so it's not like we're running a whole lot of land destruction in cEDH.
No.
He's hoping for a crop rot at this point to sacrifice the Kinnan
or
and go
bounce
get a
spell.
cradle. Or a bounce spell.
Yeah.
But you have to be careful because some of the bounce spells do say non-land.
Well,
And
no,
so-
you bounce the enchantment.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah. By the way, end step Archivist from Abby, and then Fish dies. So both fishes are gone. So kind of funny. Fish has not been great
No,
the
not at all.
last 2 games. Not to say you shouldn't run it. You obviously should. But like not as valuable. Like normally when you see turn 1 Fish, it's pretty good. You keep it around for 2 turns. It's really good. But this just did not do anything for them. We have a Clever Impersonator. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Clever Impersonator copies the card as it is right there. That Nezzle Hall is a treasure. So does the Clever Impersonator copy the Nezzle Hall itself? Or does it copy the fact that it's a treasure?
Let's see what the...
Like, that would be something I would call a judge for, because that's huge. If the Nezzle Hall is a... If the Clever Impersonator is just a Nezzle Hall, which is... Like, you know, that's a thing. We're looking up the ruling right now on Clever Impersonator, by the way. Oh, it's still a Nezzy. Okay. You got blinked?
Did we miss the blink?
I mean, I remember him picking it up and bringing it back. I don't know what he used to blink it, though. I see a misdirection. I see a commandeer. I see a mental misstep. Maybe he
discard 3 cards. Duh.
Wow.
When they targeted it in response to the target.
That's just embarrassing that I had to be told that. I completely forget that Nezzle has that ability.
Because it's never used for it.
Because right.
I guess until it's being tried to be made a treasure.
Damn. you hate to see it when you think you know things and then
someone think you know somebody.
Yeah, and then they point out the obvious and you're like, oh yeah, that's a thing. Which is actually funny with the Clever Impersonator because it itself can blink itself to make a copy of something else now.
100%.
Yeah, that's kind of hot. I like that. Clever Impersonator, by the way, I've been slotting it into decks. I think it's way better than people think. I think if you have the slots in your deck that you can run it, you should run Clever Impersonator.
I don't disagree. I think...
Does Game Night have a foil Clever Impersonator, perchance?
Question mark, question mark, question mark. We'll spend money at Game Night.
No.
Huh?
No.
No. Damn. Will not be.
Just buy a non-foil.
I have non-foils. Remember, I played casual for years. Clever Impersonator was gas.
It's still gas.
That's a Mana Dork? What is that? On Goshen Ties. You know alternate arts better than I do. Is that just a...
It looks like a dork.
Yeah, it's just a... We tap 3 mana. Right?
That is... It's not a Fabro, is it? No, it's a Cetesian Champion.
What does it do?
Cetesian Champion says whenever an enchantment enters the battlefield under your control, put a 1/1 counter on Cetesian Champion and draw a card.
Oh, nice. In a Go Shintai deck. He's pretty good. Smothering Tithe. The second best card in Magic right now.
Gross. It's like the 5th or 6th best card.
Oh my god, there's no way you can find 4 cards better than Smothering Tithe right now.
All of the Moxes and Black Lotus. You said Magic.
And cEDH, I should clarify, and cEDH.
Mana Crypt is still better, even though it's banned.
It's unplayable and still better? That's wild. That is wild. Hot take. Chat, what are the top 3 cards in cEDH right now? Right now.
Right meow.
Yeah. Do I look like a cat right meow? Lotus Petal. It's non-creature spell, am I correct, for Nezzle Hall? Which means they're going to draw a card, which means he's going to get 2 Smothering Tithe triggers. Or 1, because it's blinked. A crack, pay the 3, play Phyrexian Metamorph, which will be a Nezzle Hall. So here's the trap, in my opinion, when you build your deck, right? And you want to play these really powerful cards, these really powerful spells, especially permanents. But when people do clones, right? That's it leaves it open for other people to also have that same card engine, and it could backfire.
100%.
I think this is a great example of having 3. Like the other day, I was playing a game. Someone played a Consecrated Sphinx. What happens? They clone the Consecrated Sphinx. So now you have 2 Consecrated Sphinx on the board, and it's like,
Good thing those are May abilities.
What?
Consphinx.
Yeah. Yeah. Thassa's Oracle, the One Ring, and Kinnan is Game Night's vote for the top 3 cards. Soul Ring, best card. Soul Ring, man. It's kind of funny because like the whole point of banning Mana Crypt was that you don't want a card that's always universal. Well, Soul Ring is universal in every deck that like other than Yuriko, you run Soul Ring, right? So
Yeah,
we're gonna ban Soul Ring too.
Even in your artifact hate decks, you're still running. That's your only rock.
Yeah.
I guess unless you're Goshintai and then you're running Chromatic Orrery instead.
Dude, I like Spicy. I like
does
Spice.
Chromatic Orrery the best card because he chose it over Soul Ring?
Yeah. No, at this point, you have a point. Well,
That 7-drop mana rock.
Does it just combo with Goshintai?
It allows you to it allows you to activate Goshintai for any color.
Right, but like you do Mind Over Matter and Goshintai, and you win. Question mark?
Do you?
I assume it's in the deck.
No.
What does Goshintai do?
Goshintai recurs enchantments. That's all it does.
You discard an enchantment?
No, you don't discard anything. You return target enchantment.
Well, then I have no idea what we're doing here.
That's what I'm saying. I don't understand Mind Over Matter without the One Ring.
Thorical, Underworld Breach, and Hermit Druid for Lion. Lion, I actually running Hermit Druid in my Kenrith deck. It's kind of gas. I'm not gonna lie. Hermit Druid, I like it. That's a good pick.
Okay, but Breakfast?
Runs Hermit Druid?
No.
Why are we talking about this?
Because Breakfast is goated.
This is the best meal. By the way, Hashton comes out, plays Ledger Shredder. Ledger Shredder is a good engine for people that want things to be discarded. Seems like a pretty good card. Tap in the elf, sacrificing the Moonsliver key. So what do you get here if you're Kinnan? Kinnan is a forest, right? You have your Basalt, you have your what was that? Mirage Mirror. So what do you get here? Well, Moonsliver has to get a mana producing artifact, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so
I agree with that, Lion. I think we should be allowed to play Primetime, and I also think Flash Hulk should be a thing. But I also think Gristlebrand should be unbanned. I think that would be sick.
oh, okay, yeah, sure.
I want Gristlebrand. Or Pension. Pension would be fantastic.
Oh, sure.
Give me Pension and Gristlebrand, and I will be the happiest guy.
We were just talking about how cloning other people's stuff is a problem.
In response, I draw 7 cards.
Yeah. So he Moonslivered for an island? Wait, I thought I had to get an artifact.
No, it's a land or an artifact producing.
Oh, my good sweet lord. We have Imposter Mech, which means we will have another crazy good clone.
Oh yeah, an artifact card with a mana ability or a basic land.
So we got the
So
island.
you can go get the island.
So what is he getting? Or what is he?
And
oh,
it's
becomes...
important to understand that it's a basic land card, not a card with a basic land type. And
That's
so
huge.
she had to go get the island or a forest if she's running it. I don't know if she is.
Kitesail Larcenist is the Imposter Mech.
She is running forest as well.
I mean, yeah, you run both and can.
But
you can.
You asked a very important question earlier about the top 3 cards in cEDH right now.
Sure.
My unbiased opinion. Unbiased. I think Thoracle is definitely in the conversation. I think the One Ring is definitely in the conversation.
Sure.
Crazy enough, I think Bop is in the conversation.
That's fair.
And probably Soul Ring. Or Rhystic Study.
I was about to say, no one has said Rhystic Study yet. So what are we doing here?
My biased opinion is Cephalid Illusionist, Nomads and Core, and Narcomoeba.
Now, interesting little tidbit right here. The Mirror Maid.
Mirror Maid.
Oh, to get a Smothering Tithe. Oh, it feels so good. I'm assuming it's going to be a
That's
Smothering
because
Tithe.
there's no Cephalid Illusionist on board. That's the only reason why they're
you're right.
mirror mating the Smothering Tithe.
Yeah. That's the only reason.
The only reason.
Now, interestingly enough, right? The Kitesail Larcenist that she just copied, targeted both the Nezahals.
Yes.
They didn't blink their Nezahals. So, what I'm guessing is they blink their Nezahals. Sean also blinks the Nezahal. Then hers would return last.
Yep.
And they would lose the Nezahal.
They're Nezahals, yes.
Okay. Just making sure that I'm like thinking of why that was the case. And I think that we figured it out. So Mirror Maid probably is going to copy that Smothering Tithe because it's so good.
It's like 5th best.
It's not fast. Wrong.
I'd rather have Trouble in Pairs.
I mean, you convinced me Trouble in Pairs is amazing, and I've been on that train ever since you made that comment. Like, people are not on it enough, in my opinion.
I agree.
Like, if you're in white, in my opinion, there's 4 cards that5.
There's an E-Tutor.
E-Tutor goes for what? Chromatic Orrery? Huh?
It's got to be. It's the only card in that deck that makes sense.
I mean, it runs enchantments, so like...
Yeah, but at this point in the game, I think the only thing that makes sense is for you to go grab Chromatic Orrery. But I don't think they have the mana to cast it.
They have...
And so...
Oh, remember, they have... No, they don't have the Treasure Kitesail. So... Archivist will draw a card, by the way, which will give them another Smothering Tide trigger.
They are on Heliod.
With Ballista?
No Ballista, but on Heliod.
Not the Heliod I'm thinking of, then, right? Not the one that combos with...
Not the one that combos.
The ones that makes more enchantments.
Yep.
Okay. Interesting. Oh, I like the Elish Norn include as well. It's a very interesting deck.
You could go get Eidolon.
Do we want to play this deck? Like, what's happening right now? Like, what is happening?
Dude, I have like 90% of this deck.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I even have the Enduring Vitality.
I just bought Enduring Vitality last time I was at game night.
And I think Entity Tracker is in... Yeah, Entity Tracker is in my casual list.
That's wild.
I think I'd have to pick up another Sakashima. Both of them. Because my Sakashima is in Murko. And let me tell you what.
Pretty good.
Being able to recur 0 power creatures and clone my Murko to have 2 Murko triggers is fantastic.
Nice. Is that a Born? No.
No, that's not a Born.
What is that? It's fancy. It looks fancy.
That is a copy enchantment from Ravnica Remastered.
Copy enchantment, another card that is all these clones for enchantment effects. I think instead of copy enchantment, I'd run Steel enchantment, personally.
Yeah, I don't want you to have the ability.
Yeah. I think removing it's a 2-for-1, right? Like you're getting something and removing something. That's always better.
And I do want to... We're going to go back to this Goshintai list. So I run a casual Goshintai list, and it is probably one of my favorite decks to play. But Sanctum of All is absolutely disgusting.
What does Sanctum of All do?
So Sanctum of All is like the be-all, end-all shrine card. So it's the 5-color shrine card. Says at the beginning of your upkeep, you may search your library and or graveyard for a shrine card and put it on the battlefield. And if an ability of another shrine you control triggers while you control 6 or more shrines, it triggers an additional time.
Okay.
So whenever you pair that with like a Sanctum of Calm Waters, which is a shrine, you draw your cards, and then you get to draw those cards again. Or a couple of Sanctum of Stone Fangs. Sanctum of Stone Fangs, you lose life, or your opponents lose life equal to the number of shrines you control.
Woof. Then you make all enchantment shrines. Is that why you have that Heliod in there, just to make things even crazier?
Well, so the fun thing about Ghost Shintai is Heliod doesn't make shrines. Heliod only makes the enchantments.
Right.
There is a card that makes shrines, that makes everything a shrine,
That's what I'm thinking, yeah.
but I can't think of the name of it.
Is it in the list?
I do not see it in the list. I wonder if it's Skybind. It is not Skybind.
Skybind makes them all creatures, right?
I'm going to have to find this card because it is absolutely disgusting to make everything
By the way,
shrines.
Kenrith's about to untap with 14 mana. 15 mana.
That's a problem.
Yeah. That's a huge problem. By the way, Kenan also looking at 6 mana floating right now. 7 mana floating off the draw for the turn. If I were the other players, I'd be a little worried right now.
Absolutely.
The question is, though, what interaction was kept between the other 3 players? Kenan runs a decent amount of interaction, but pitched 3 pieces of interaction to flicker the Nezalhall. So that's kind of huge. Silence effect on the stack. Yep, I mean, that makes sense to me that you would cast the silence now. And this is what you were saying with Kenrith, by the way, that like there's so many ways you can build Kenrith that at any time, with that amount of mana, Kenrith could just be like doing crazy things.
Absolutely. And I think that's... I love Kenrith, but I hate building Kenrith.
Why?
Because there's a Force of Negation from Hashaton.
Pitching a Talion. Does Force of Negation say you discard, or you exile?
You exile.
Could you imagine having like Force of Negation pitching a card, discarding it?
Let me double check, but I'm pretty sure.
I think it's exile.
Yeah, exile a blue card from your hand.
Just
I
like
wish
Force
it
of
said
Will.
discard into exile.
Oh, backed up
and
with
there's a GA.
a GA, which I love the bait right there with the silence, just to see like, okay, we're gonna get that interaction out there. Yeah. Kenan, what you got? Do you have maybe a Cyclonic Rift to overload? I don't know how much good it's gonna do.
Oh, dude, an overloaded Cycriff right now would be devastating.
It just cracks all those treasures.
Not necessarily for the treasures, but you lose your Nezi, you lose all of your enchantments, but you do...
Oh, you're talking about for the Go Shintai.
Yeah.
You're like, I am strictly focusing on Go Shintai. Sean is revealing a card from her hand to Abby, which means she's not worried about the
Anything.
Yeah.
And there's a silence from the Hashaton.
Okay. I didn't realize that she had that much mana open. No, I guess she did have one.
I think it's really funny that all of these clone effects and all of them clone the Smothering Tithe.
Only one clone Smothering Tithe.
Of all the things that you could have cloned, you're going to choose the Smothering Tithe, the worst card on the board.
You know what? You're right. Yeah, cloning that Smothering Tithe is not going to do.
I would have
anything
rather clone the Forest.
Yeah, the only reason why they did it was because it was non-land permanent in the text.
Well,
if they could have, they would have.
I'm cloning treasures then.
Yeah, you think so?
I'm not cloning the thing that's giving me the treasures. I'm cloning the treasures themselves.
You're right. You know what? The logic behind that is flawless because then it produces mana.
Exactly. Why get the thing that helps me produce the mana when I can just get the mana right now?
Yeah. Man, the logic is, you know what?
I'm focused on the right now. I don't care about the later.
That's right.
1-800-JG Wentworth.
Damn it, beat me to it. All right, Steven. What do you got for that silence? Nope, silence will resolve. I think looks like Grand Abolisher will also resolve, and then we'll just pass the turn because of all the silence effects. So I was trying to say earlier, what are the cards in white that you have to run?
Grand Abolisher, RCOE, and silence.
Trouble in pairs.
See, I'm okay with not running Trouble in pairs. Just like Smothering Tithe. I love both cards. The only 3 white cards that you need in order to win the game in a cEDH.
Esper Sentinel.
No, I don't even think you need Esper.
That's
RCOE, Silence, and Grand Abolisher. You need your 3 silence effects.
You, sir, right now
You need your 3 silence
are
effects.
cooking.
You need your 3 silence effects.
Get out of the kitchen.
I did not say.
Get out of the kitchen.
I did not say that they are not good cards. The only 3 effects that you need in white are the 3 silence effects.
I bet if cEDH TV did a little episode about cards run in white,
all 3 of the cards that I just said are in 100% of the decks.
and some other Tithe would be also on, and Esper Sentinel will both be on that list.
Esper Sentinel would definitely be in, if not 100%, then really close to 100%.
It's just one of those cards. Why wouldn't you run it? Right? What is the motivation not to run it?
I don't. It's not necessarily motivation, but if I can only pick 3 cards, I'm picking my 3 silence.
I just said what are the white cards that you would play?
Oh, then Esper Sentinel is definitely thrown in there, and then strong consideration is given to Trouble in Pairs and Smothering Tithe.
But before Trouble in Pairs and Smothering Tithe, planes. Just basic planes.
And the Froggy is out.
We have a Psychic Frog with Hashiton, which is going to be disgusting. You know what would be really crazy for Hashiton right now? If they had a Smothering Tithe out, and they'd be able to pitch and pitch.
And pitch.
Yep. That'd be crazy. Well, leaving up the 4 mana right there tells me immediately that there's already something in her hand that she wants to pitch at instant speed. So, methinks Abby's sitting comfortably right now. So, that earlier Song of the Dryads, hitting that kitten, how much has that changed the game, you think?
I don't think it's changed the game a whole lot because you still got to keep your Nezi.
Sure.
I think it's significantly cut down on the amount of mana that you're able to produce and recurring the RCOE. Again, you know what they're not recurring? Smothering Tithe.
You're right. Oh, is that a retro foil? A retro foil
RCOE?
Yeah.
Yes, and it is gorgeous. Actually, it might be etched because it's a little darker.
I think the retro foil RCOE, if I had the cash to just throw down on a foil, that would be the one I would get next. Because it goes in almost every deck I run, or every deck I can run it in, and it is gorgeous. To pair with the Esper Sentinel, it's just perfect. Okay, so pitching the RCOE to Psychic Frog, just sitting out there and now tutoring, I assume, for a Esper Sentinel, then play said Esper Sentinel, having 3 different draw engines out there. Seems pretty good.
I agree. There is not... I don't know, man. This game is a very wonky game. I've thoroughly enjoyed watching it, but this is a very wonky game. But I guess we expected that with a Hashiton and a Go Shintai in the pod.
So,
because I'm pretty sure that means Go Shintai won last round.
No, because Abby lost last round. So I think they either drew or lost.
Who's playing Goshintai? Aaron?
Yeah.
Aaron did not win.
Yeah. Sean won, though.
Yes. So
Sean won.
the 5 winners.
Hey, the other Hashton player won.
The 5 winners were Sean, Carl, Max, Richie, and Kane.
Kane. It's a sick name. So, in my opinion, right now, if Kinnan doesn't push for a win, Go Shintai's in a really good position.
Absolutely.
I think we're looking at 13, 16 plus that. We're looking at close to 20 mana on the board. And whenever an enchantment hits the battlefield, card draw. RCOE may not even matter once Goshin Tie's out. Like, we don't know what the combo is.
Dude, I'm so excited for Goshintai to come out.
Interestingly enough, the 2 5-color decks are the 2 lowest life totals.
100%.
I mean, Kinnan makes sense. It doesn't use life total. But Esper at 41? That Archivist doing work.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, that's funny enough to say. Archivist has drawn more cards for Abby than 2 Mystic Remoras on turn 1 in 2 games.
Combined.
It's wild. What? Abby? What are you doing?
I don't think that's her sleeve either.
Well, we're gonna hope that it is.
No, because her sleeves are a different color purple.
Well, you can't have tokens that are in the same sleeves. Tournament rules.
Abby, what are we doing?
Tournament rules say that, like, if your tokens are in the same sleeves as your actual deck, like, you can get dinged for that.
That's why I just don't run sleeves.
Yeah, full raw dog in it on the field with that confetti foil wristic.
And I riffle shuffle.
Yeah, well, because it's just cardboard, right?
100%.
Yeah,
You can't take it with you. Might as well mess it up now.
That's what I said about you last night.
Hell yeah.
Mess you up.
You know, one thing that I want. So we're talking about my casual lists, right? So in Mirko, I'm running Tide Spout. I'm gonna shut up now.
No, hold on. That is a hard casted Tide Spout. That's hot. When's the last time you hard casted a Tide Spout?
Never.
You've not even Dargo Thras?
No, I think I've hard casted.
Okay, I'm about to say Dargo
I've
Thras.
done it a couple of times.
Come on, dude. Isn't that like one of the best feelings? You cast 8 mana Tide Spout.
It's even better when you hard cast Dargo.
Dude, I missed that deck so much.
It was so much fun.
That was the first deck I ever won a tournament on. It was actually a game night tournament. Yeah.
Speaking of game night, did you know that game night and House of Cards are going to be at the Land Goes event, the 10K event in Nashville, May 23rd to the 25th?
That's going to be awesome.
I think it's going to be a great time.
Yeah. I think that having such a big event locally and having game night represented there, big stuff.
Absolutely. I'm so excited. I've already talked to my better half, and we're going to make it happen. So I'm going to be there. Whether I play or not is
we'll see.
To be determined, but I will at least be there.
You're going to be there. You might as well play.
Well, sure. But yes, I'm stoked for that tournament. It's going to be a good time.
So we got the Tide Spout on the stack still, or is it resolved? Looks like it's just resolving. Because that's the Ledger Shredder trigger.
I resolved you.
Yeah. Damn.
Dr. Fox is
bouncing the Song of the Dryads. Seems like a pretty good plan.
And Ella Domry's call on top.
Oh, that's a sick Eladamri's call. Let's
Oh
go.
yeah, that is the plane shift foil,
That's sick.
and it is gorgeous. Actually, it might be the judgment foil. Now that I think about it, it's either judgment or plane shift.
I mean, either way. Love it. Now, what does he go for with the Eladamri's call? Do you think that they have a instant speed response that they could use?
It is the plane shift.
Lane shift? And how much does that run right now?
About 300.
Neat. Teacher salary. Let's look at the Go Shintai list. What does Go Shintai go for right here?
They can win
And
right
it's-
here.
Win right here?
No, that's what I'm asking. Win right here. I don't see anything that they could win with right this second, but they are running the Derevi Emil combo.
That makes sense.
If they have an ability to do infinite enchantments right now, which I'm assuming is what they have Chromatic Orrery for, they can win with Grim Guardian.
Well, this is at instant speed right now.
Yes. Right now, I do not see an instant speed win.
Okay. I will say,
Especially not with creatures.
though, that if they get their kitten back, because he's bouncing the Song of the Dryads, or she is bouncing the Song of the Dryads, there's 20 mana on the board, 22, 24, 26 mana showing, and Nezahal is still a thing.
Yeah.
So she's been drawing cards. Pretty sure we just go for the win? Question
Yeah,
mark?
I think you jam it if you're kin in here.
They come have it. Do they arm wrestle if they go to time? If that were a thing, I would have won a lot more matches when we go to time. Let's put it that way. They do not. They should. But I think that's what they need to bring into Magic. We just put a bench press out there, and whoever can bench press the most wins.
No.
Why? I do so good.
Let's see who can do more pull-ups.
So you can squat more.
Let's see who deadlifts more. Actually,
Let's- yeah.
you probably have me on deadlift too.
Although that is probably my worst compound lift. I tiny arms. We can't reach the bar. Master, I don't think you thought this through. Big
I
head,
love that movie.
tiny arms. I
Oh,
know.
Meet the Robinsons is so good. Okay, who can run a mile faster?
Ooh, my best is 5. So
My best is 5 as well.
yeah, but I will die. I'll die to win that. I'm not gonna win that. I hope you know
I will
that.
win this game. It's the first round. I don't
I
care.
don't care. 5 points. So we're still
Who has
resolving.
the most expensive card?
Oh, you do by a significant amount. Significante. Who has more tourney wins?
Oh, you do.
Okay. This tide spout still resolving.
Who has more hair?
Damn. Damn.
Just on the head.
I was about to say. we can dive down if you really want to.
Count each of them individually.
Yep. That's the only way to resolve this.
With your teeth.
Oh, so this is the whenever an enchantment comes into play, everything gets -1 for every enchantment. Is that what
Yes.
happens? So it's a board wipe effectively,
100%.
but not at instant speed, unless we're talking about a. Is there a High Fate Trickster? Oh, it's on top of the library?
No, Eladamri puts it in hand.
That's what I thought. I don't know why he was putting it on top of the... He's just putting it in hand. Okay. So, Song of the Dryads will finally bounce off the Lotus Petal. Okay. Now, Sean has her kitten again. And 26 mana to work with. So, it seemed pretty good. Alright, so we're cracking treasures. We're tapping creatures. I think if anyone had responses for any of this, it would have had to have happened already. Because this is I mean, even cracking a Ranger Captain right now, is that really going to matter? Unless
No.
they have Basalt.
I think if you have the Basalt, an Invasion of Ikoria.
Invasion of Ikoria, trigger the Tide Spout.
Or
Okay.
are you bouncing back to your hand?
I'm assuming the Grand Abolisher or the Smothering Tithe. There you go.
GA.
GA. That's interesting. Because is GA really the problem right now?
To her, it is.
That's fair. That is fair. That is fair.
So Invasion of Ikoria, depending on what they did Invasion for, they're running both Hullbreaker and Tidespout.
Well, yeah, it's still a Kennen deck.
It's still surprising to be running both of them, though.
So I believe they tapped for 2, 4, 6, probably 8 or 7. So Seaborn.
You go get Seedborn, Nyx Bloom Ancient.
Next
make
one,
all
well,
of
you'd have to
your-
make 7 to do that.
I thought she tapped 8.
No, tap for 6. High Fate Trickster. It's a 4-drop. Yeah, so now we come to like the epitome of the meta right now. You have super mana production, you have flash speed, and you have a draw engine, and you have draw engine on the field. Like literally the trifecta of what you want in a game is now here. And you don't have to worry about it being on anyone else's turn for that matter, right?
Yeah, because you have High Fate Trickster, now you can win at instant speed.
And you can remove things at instant speed.
Yes.
That's really the big thing to me is the Tidespout Tyrant at any given point can be like, you know what, we're just going to remove the problem. So like activate, do it, try and do what you want, but we're removing the problem. Now, the Ranger Captain is still there, and they're talking right now, I'm guessing, about like cracking the Ranger Captain right here. What's also interesting about this is that, remember, Aaron tutored the board wipe. So if that slaps down, right, and it will not trigger Nezelhall.
No.
Whatever Sean has in hand, there's no more interaction to be had unless it is actually the Tidespout, but the trigger will already be on the stack.
And the extremely important thing to understand about Doomwake Giant is it says enchantment. Whenever you cast Goshintai, it creates a shrine by itself. And so that is 2 enchantments now coming on board that are both going to trigger Doomwake Giant, and Doomwake Giant also triggers itself. And so now all creatures are going to get neg 3, neg 3.
Do you know what deck I actually used to run Doomwake Giant in? Daxon.
I like Daxon.
It just could never turn the corner.
Have you ever played Tavasu or Tavusa? It's a...
Well, if you could pronounce it right, I probably can. I also don't know what you're talking about, so...
You're
No.
a dick.
Maybe.
I hate you.
You are what you eat. You are what you eat. So,
Tuvasa.
Dude.
It is a Bant
Tuvas.
enchantment list.
Oh, yeah, that's the one that like gets bigger, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's an anthem. Okay, yeah. Tuvasmish. Alright, I'm done with the joke.
This was the main deck that I bought that Academy Rector for, but I already had Goshintai built, and so...
Rector hardly knew her. Alright, so we're tapping mana now. We're doing things. Sean at instant speed. Into the Floodmaw. Targeting something important. Ooh, the Smothering Tithe for the copy enchantment. This is with the Ranger Captain crack on the stack. So, what I'm guessing is happening here is that they are trying to remove as many enchantments as they can before that Doomwake Giant comes out, because the Ranger Captain has already been cracked, right? Are we responding to this? We are crop rotting. Why would you crop rot the City Brass? Why wouldn't you tap the Tropical Island for this? Can you think of a reason?
Not right offhand.
Okay.
I would have rather tapped the Tropical Island and sacked it.
Yeah, same. All right, because see now
But
you
I
have,
guess at 25 life, I guess you do have to start being concerned about it at some point.
sure. I am a little interested by this, by the way, because I think what they're trying to do is get more triggers off, because Nezuhol's going to trigger, right? So Nezuhol triggers, he gets more treasures into the Flood Moss still on the stack. There's also a Tidespout Tyrant trigger on the stack.
Yes.
So what do you target with the Tidespout? Do you target another enchantment? Those are creature enchantments, and he does have 14 mana in just treasure showing.
I would target the other Smothering Tithe. The other Smothering Tithe right now is showing 21 mana. Just in treasures from the Smothering Tithe.
Kenrith just sitting back being like, yes, draw cards. Are we about to see a... Why are we tapping? Chord? Question mark?
There's the chord.
There's the chord. There we go. There you go. Oh, thank you.
Thank you much.
You are a gentleman and a scholar. That's how Game Night treats its people. Getting food. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
But Lion said, like you said, stay hydrated. Alright. So, what does Cord get here if you are Sean? Does it get the Hullbreaker?
How much mana did he tap?
She tapped
Or yeah.
4 creatures and 2 treasures. So 5?
Well, Kinnon's on board still, right?
Kinnan
So
is
the
on board.
treasures, that's 4 mana just from the treasures. So a total of 5 because she tapped 4 creatures.
I think she
so-
only cracked 1 treasure. So it's for 3? Unless I'm missing some other draws from somewhere else or some other treasures somewhere else. Well, then... Okay, so little wary that like people are giving themselves treasures off an Archivist draw that is like not there yet. Because technically it's a delayed trigger, right?
So you don't get the draw until after the search is started.
Correct.
Or until after the search is completed.
Which can be very relevant. Maybe not in this case where you're talking about 30 mana for people, but like in general, it does matter. It was for 3. For Fairy Mastermind. Now, that being said, we have another trigger, because Archivist, which the Fairy Mastermind should see that trigger, correct? Because the Archivist is after the tutor, which means it comes out, it's on the field, and then the Archivist trigger happens.
But Archivist had already been triggered once, and so it only gets the second draw.
Yeah, but it should see that. Because the second draw for the Archivist. 2 mana floating, go down to 1.
I completely forgot that there was a Ledger Shredder on board as well.
Yeah, that is definitely a thing. That's where that other one came from. And then now we have a Mystic Remora coming down with another trigger from Tidespout. Are we just missing Tidespout triggers at this point? Because I'm not seeing any indicators from Sean on where those are going.
I'm also not seeing any relevant board pieces being removed.
Nope. Because at this point, I would have bounced both Smothering Tides.
Absolutely.
But it's not a good card, right? One Smothering Tithe was removed. And we have a miscast. Which means we have another trigger for Tidespout. What are we looking at here?
So we have a miscast on the crop, triggered Tidespout, bouncing the invasion.
That's hot. Recast Invasion. That's funny.
We have another crop rot by Kenrith.
Yep. At this point, what does Kenrith go get? Perhaps a Talent Gates. Which, by the way, super underrated card right now. Talent Gates does work.
Phase out the Tide Spout.
Or the High Fate Trickster. But Sean can respond to both the Crop Rot and the High Fate Trickster being targeted. So I'm guessing the Invasion's coming out right now.
And there it is.
Another Tide Spout trigger? Is Tide Spout only non-creature spells?
No. Actually, it might be. No.
It's any spell.
Mm-hmm.
But it can't target spells on the stack.
Correct.
Whereas Hullbreaker can.
And now she's going to get a Hullbreaker.
Yep.
Speaking of Hullbreaker, did you see that new alt, the new alt art?
The one that with it's attacking a ship?
Yeah,
Yeah.
dude,
I love it.
that it is.
I love
hard.
it. I absolutely love it.
It epitomizes the name, and I love it.
I really think that it shows the scale of how big this creature is. Because, like, in the original art, like, yeah, it's a giant lobster. I get it. But, like, now you see it and you're like, oh, it's a menace. It's a problem.
It's a horror. And it breaks holes.
I'll
Oh,
take
shit.
your hole.
Please, Daddy. Anyways, so Felwar Stone.
I was about to say, Hullbreaker Horror's out now. Oh, this is just game.
Yeah, this is infinite mana.
Yep. Explaining the line.
There it is. Not that she necessarily needed to, but because you
Okay.
could do the Delighted Halfling with the Felwar Stone and still generate the infinite mana.
This is all
Because
over the
the-
top of a Ranger Captain Crack, by the way.
Yeah, because the Felwar Stone taps for 2 with Kinnan on board,
Mhm.
and Ghost Shintai has green, and so you make infinite green, and then you can start making infinite any color.
I mean, honestly, could have done Fellow Stone and Mystic Remore. It would have worked because it taps for 2. It's literally anything at this point,
Yeah.
right? Oh, wait, no. Fellow Stone. Wait.
Felwar Stone only taps for mana that
where's
your
the-
opponent has, and so you could do it and just continuously cast the. Oh no, she did need it. She did
Yeah.
need the pedal. You are
No,
correct.
no. The pedal, it still taps for 2. Fellow costs 2. Where's the other mana coming from? I don't think this game is over.
Well, everybody's scooped.
Yeah. I think that's a problem. I mean, again, unless we're missing something right now, which I don't think we are, Fellow Stone taps for 2.
Mhm.
You bounce Fellow Stone with the Lotus Petal. Play for 2. Right? Treasures aren't being made anywhere because no one's drawing cards. Right?
Well, once we see the handshake, I will. I'll go out and double verify.
But it is, yeah, that's the loop that we're looking at right now. But
So, yeah, I think right now there's no mana being produced. It's just bouncing everything with Tidespout and Hullbreaker. No mana being extra.
And then I guess you just come back from a board state that you just can't come back from.
Right. Like, it's just, yeah, that has to be the case. So, yeah, you net neutral.
And just bounce everybody's board.
Can Hullbreaker target lands?
Yeah. So can Tidespout.
They both can?
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Or no, Hullbreaker cannot, but Tidespout can.
There you go. Okay, so without the Tidespout, this doesn't work.
Correct.
Got
You
it.
had to have both. All right, let me go talk to Sean.
So you are going to do this interview?
I'll do the interview.
Okay. Well, another strong game from Sean. Sean has been on a tear lately. I don't know if y'all know this, but Sean has been on an absolute tear, winning or top fouring almost every tournament I've seen her in the last, 2 months? Yeah. Since 2025, it's been Sean's year. She is now 2-0 today out of 3 rounds, so guaranteed to be in the top pick.
So the win, she did develop infinite mana.
How?
She just said she developed infinite mana.
Okay.
But the win was using Fairy Mastermind to force everybody to draw until they drew out their library.
There you go. Yeah, in the interview. I'm curious to know what the...
Will do.
Will do. Once again, from game night, this was round 2. Amazing, another strong game. Remember, game night has a loyalty program that you can sign up for online at GameNightTN.com. You earn a coin per $1, and you can use that towards other purchases at this store. And you can follow them on Twitch and subscribe to them. And if you have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe for free.
It's everybody's favorite price. I know it's my favorite price.
Yeah. That's true.
All right. They are finishing up here shortly. We'll bring you the interview, and we'll be back here in a little bit. All right, guys, we are back with the interview from round 2's winner, Sean. Great match.
Thank you.
How did the round go?
It went pretty well. During mulligans, I saw a hand that was just all lands and a fish, and I regretted throwing it away because I went down to 5. Fortunately, I was able to keep a copy enchantment and get a Smothering Tithe, and Smothering Tithe in Kinnan is
Disgusting.
criminal. Absolutely criminal. So,
why did you choose Kinnan today?
I think he breaks a lot of the rules in Magic. Frankly, like breaking all of your mana to just be straightly way more advantageous, and then building a deck that is built around maximizing the number of cards you can see, like just makes it where the game is way more easy to like get a control on everything that's going on.
Absolutely, I completely agree. I think Kinnan is a very good deck, and it's a lot of fun to build, and it's a lot of fun because there's so many different avenues that you can go. If you want to go more of the freedom side and focus on the perplexing chimera lines, or you can go the way that you went today with Tidespout and Hullbreaker being the main win con, at least for today. So the next big question is, how did you hear about Game Night's event?
I've been coming here for probably years at this point, so every time I see one, I'm immediately sign up. So
that is awesome. Have you ever? How has your experience at Game Night been throughout the years?
It's been great. They have a great card selection, great events always, tons of people, always a good time.
Absolutely, I completely agree. So the big question that we had is, how did you develop the infinite mana in order to dump all of that into the Fairy Mastermind?
So I had a Smothering Tithe in play. So each time that I forced one of my opponents to draw a card, I would make a treasure that is 2 mana. And so with that, I'm profiting 2 mana because I make 3 treasures. That's 6 mana, and it costs 4 mana to activate. So I can produce infinite mana at that point.
That is awesome. All right. Well, unless you have anything else to say, that's the end of the interview. We appreciate you coming down and hanging out. Great job on the win. Hope to see you in the next round and on to the finals.
I'll do my best. Thank you so much.
Have a good one.
You too.
All right, we're going to do an interview with the store owner, Steven, here in a minute. Give us about 2 minutes, and we'll be back with that interview. Yeah, I'll just lead you into some questions. Waiting on you, big guy.
Thanks for doing this.
Absolutely, man.
Glad to have you back too.
It's a pleasure. All right, we are back with Mr. Steven Hendricks, the store owner, the one, the only. So it's always a pleasure for me, especially to get to sit behind the scenes and get to hang out back here with you.
Bro, likewise. I'm glad that you're back stateside.
Absolutely.
So yeah, for those who don't know, Corey serves. So he's the man. But yeah, we love to have you here. You and Kellen always kill it. So feelings definitely mutual, man.
Absolutely. We definitely appreciate it. We spent the entire time on here bragging about y'all, and it's not unfounded brags. We both thoroughly enjoy coming down here, whether it's to play, whether it's to cast, however it goes. I think one of the bigger questions that me as a player / caster I have is when's the next one?
The next big event?
Yep.
We're March. It's March, and I think it's late March. I want to say it's the last Saturday in March. Sorry, I don't remember the actual date. Go to GameNightTN.com.
There you go.
Where everything is posted and up to date.
And you can find them on all the socials at that same tag. So Game Night TN, you can find them wherever you would find your normal shops. You can find the best shop in Columbia as well. So I think the big thing that we, as a group, that we all enjoy doing is sitting back here and talking about the game. So over these last 2 games, it's been a little back and forth, and then we finally were able to find a winner. Out of the 2 games that you sat back here and watched, which one was your favorite game to watch?
I mean, I've seen Sean win a lot, as you mentioned, and Kellen said. Win streak is real. watching Old Man Carl, which that's what he's fondly known as around here. We have a lot of Carls, and he just happens to be the oldest one, and he just rolls with it. So Old Man Carl, the winner of round 1 coverage. Shout out to Old Man Carl, my boy Blue.
You heard it here first. So, I enjoy playing here. Again, I enjoy casting. I think my favorite part is just the entire environment of this store. Y'all have done a fantastic job of organizing and a fantastic job of getting the best possible people to come to these events. And so it's always a great time, whether I'm playing, whether I'm casting, whether I'm just coming in to hang out with y'all.
Yeah,
It's always been a great time.
that means a lot, especially coming from someone like you. I hold you in high regard. So I am very passionate about building the community in a positive light, right? And I try to weed out the negatives. Banning someone is not my favorite thing to do. It's the worst part of the job. But at the end of the day, without a healthy community and an accepting environment that's also comfortable for the players, and is player driven, because I'm a player myself. A lot of the guys that are on my team, in fact, all of the people on my team, every employee plays. So I say we're player owned, player run. We have to hold true to that. And so, yeah, it comes down to you guys, the community. We can't do this without you. So it's the environment is for you. All of this is for you.
And I think the player owned, player run mentality is epitomized as soon as you walk in the shop. From the front desk all the way to the back where we are hanging out right now casting, everybody is always ready to answer questions, ready to help you get what you need, and if you have questions, everybody is right there to answer them for you. And so, again, from the bottom of my heart, it's always a pleasure to get to come in and hang out at the shop with you.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Absolutely.
I want to take a moment to shout out my team individually by name. I'm going to shout each one of you out. Kyle, killing it, man. I can't say enough good things about you. Love you, bro. Evan, Trace, Richard, Jesse, Shady, also known as Josh, and last but not least, Jake. So thank you to all of you in particular, and I know there are more people who help out, but that's my core group right there. So thank you all.
Fantastic group of people, by the way. Steven has definitely worked his way to get the group that he has, and they are a fantastic group of people. If y'all have not been down to game night, I highly, highly, highly suggest it. It is definitely worth a 2 or 3 hour drive out of the way to come and stop by. 100%. I've said it 1,000 times today, and I'm going to continue to say it throughout this. It's always a pleasure, and you will not be disappointed.
Thank you. So I think I heard you guys mention it. I'm usually in the back room where you're casting, right?
Absolutely.
And stay off camera. I do get to see the funny stuff that happens behind the scenes, and I'm often causing a lot of those things. But as part of that, I also get to hear everything. And so I heard about I guess the pitch that y'all did for game night and JC's House of Cards. So let's get started on that. I got some news basically. So first off, shout out to JC's House of Cards in Huntsville, Alabama, Madison area. If you haven't been, highly recommend it. It's the only 24/7 game shop that I am aware of currently. They have vending machines that can vend just about anything from a booster box to a single. Jeff is a great guy, friend of mine, and he and I are opening a shop, as you've heard me say numerous times, in Nashville this year, 2025. It is happening, not as fast as we would like. Probably later, definitely later this year. So just wanted to give you an update on that. However, Jeff and I are also going to co-locate in a booth. We have our own vendor booth at Land Go, the 10K in Nashville in late March. March, or I'm sorry, May 23rd through the 25th. So come check us out. We're gonna have a selection of everything there. I'm gonna open my vaults. Those who know me know that I'm an avid collector and a player. I've been at it since '93. I'm gonna show y'all stuff you've never seen before. No one's known that I've even had. So I'm gonna have some stuff in display cases. Jeff's gonna be doing his thing, and we're gonna have a good time. It feels good. We want to be represented in Nashville. We want to show the Nashville crowd that we are coming, and we're coming as a team, and we're looking to change the game.
And to add on to that, not even just getting there, but getting there with a full head of steam, ready to make a difference in the community. And Nashville being my locals, that I can't speak about the excitement that I have to have y'all up there.
Dude, I'm excited. In case you can't tell, I'm hungry. I mean, I got that dog. I'm ready to go. If I could do this right now, I would totally do this. But at the end of the day, we just got to keep an eye out for the right location. We don't want to get a location that would seem great and then actually hinder us.
Absolutely.
We want to do this right. So the same type of environment that I just described here at game night, Jeff also has at JC's House of Cards, and you can expect something very similar, a mishmash of our styles in the Nashville location. But first off, we'll see you at the Land Go 10K and the Invitational.
Absolutely. Right before we head out, if y'all have any questions that you want asked to Steven specifically, shoot them in the chat and we can ask him, and I can give you all those answers throughout the tournament. Or if we have time, then maybe he can bounce back onto stream and he can answer those for y'all. As always, buddy, it's a pleasure.
Yeah.
Thank you for having us.
Absolutely. Hey, you know what? I have one more thing. I'm not even a cEDH player, but this is directed toward Wizards. If you are watching this humble stream, please do something about the ban list.
Yes.
I mean, please. You've got a whole community of players that feel isolated. I mean, I know I own a store, but like, dude, come on. Like, you just threw away millions of dollars that people had invested in some very high dollar cards. I know you came out with a tier system. I have my opinions on that. I'm going to keep it quiet. But come out with a ban list already. I mean, it's been months. You said you would take ownership. Do it. Don't leave your community in the dark. Take ownership. That's all I got to say.
Absolutely. All right, guys. Stay tuned. Round 3 is coming up, and we will be right back. And we are back. Sorry to cut you off, but bosses take precedence. So they have already resolved mulligans, and it looks like we already have a fetch into a land for Clayton, who's on Aranus and Street Urchin.
Okay, so I watched this list. Oh, and a Llanowar Elves.
Elvish Mystic.
Elvish Mystic. I was talking to him about this deck last night, and I'm not gonna lie, it's super oppressive. I don't know if you guys know what Aranus and Street Urchin does, but effectively, Aranus just sits there with Death Touch, and the Street Urchin background allows him to ping different creatures, and because they have Death Touch, Aranus just kills whatever creature we're talking about on the board. So it's super oppressive. This Magda better be careful. And since you need to win with Magda and Kenrith for that matter, like
I
this
was
is
about
going
to
to be
say,
super problematic for them.
Kennen is going to have a rough time. And now that you pointed it out, Magda down here by Kenny is also going to have a pretty hard go at life.
But hey, you have your second try at Roxai.
I do.
C3.
That's not Roxy.
That's Rog Timna.
Oh, that's wrong. Timba. That's cool.
Party game.
That's cool. You know what would make Rog better? If it was a 7/5 pirate named Dargo.
And we have a dampening sphere coming down.
I'll show you a dampening sphere. It's right there.
From Magda.
Magda always with that, those stacksy kind of plays that can slow other people down. The problem is, Urchin does not care.
Not at all.
It's not a storm deck. The wrong Timna, not happy. Definitely not happy. But we got land, we got Aranus already out, which is solid.
Yeah, turn 2 Aranus. That's exactly what you want from this deck.
Oh yeah, and the fact that what's also cool about Aranus, I believe on the attack trigger, that they get a land back from their graveyard, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
So
To the battlefield, even.
yeah, not tapped, just to the battlefield.
Oh, good lord! Already have the bath salts out.
Okay. Calm down. It's a value assault monolith.
Yeah.
It's
Except
value.
next turn she wins the game.
Well, if she has an outlet.
Next turn she wins the game.
You think so?
Yeah.
Ooh, you want to put down money on that? Another sandwich? Yeah. Oh. Fight you for it.
You don't want to do that.
You're like, I'm killed for less.
Sean's also the only blue player.
Sean is also the what?
Only blue player.
Oh, man. It's interesting that you said that the only blue player at that table. Rog Timna probably looked at that and was like, hell yeah. And then watched that dampening sphere come out and went, hell no. Like, that sucks.
This is BS.
Yeah, this is trash. Imp Seal to start this turn. If this is just an Imp Seal and pass, I don't know what they kept in their hand. Because if you're playing Mardu right now, you have to do one of two things. You have to be able to remove stuff off the board pretty consistently to be able to, like...
Dampening sphere.
Yeah, or the dampening sphere. Or you better be able to win underneath other people. And Kinnan, really hard to win underneath Kinnan because of how much mana he can produce immediately.
Yeah, for sure.
Why do you think... What is the appeal of Rog over Jessica here? Tim and Jessica is still putting up numbers these days.
I like Rog, but again, I am biased.
Okay.
And so I prefer Rog because it allows an easy sack outlet in the command zone. It's very similar to Dargo, but I can, anytime I have a Soul Ring on board, that Soul Ring mana can go towards my Rog. Where with Dargo, regardless of how many artifacts or creatures I've sacrificed, I still need that one red mana in order to cast him.
Got it.
And so, for me personally, I like Roger better. I like Roger Tevish over Roger Dargo or Dargo Tevish. It's just, but I am also turbo pilled, and so Dargo Tevish, from what I've seen, is more of the Staxy deck, where for me I'm running Rakdos Cocaine.
Yeah.
So.
By the way, Mana Vault into a Talisman, little mana fixing, Talon Gates, which I think is again a very underrated card.
I agree.
I don't know if I would have kept up the mana vault and like that extra land as just a put it on the battlefield effect for that Kinnan coming out next turn. That might just be too slow of a play.
Dr. Fox, yes, Sean is guaranteed to make. Is Sean guaranteed to make the cut? Hold on, let me check points.
I mean, she has 10 points. I don't think anyone else has 10 points.
That's what I'm.
Oh.
No, Richie has 10.
Richie? What's Richie playing?
Richie is on
A deck. And it's a deck, too.
R.
Ah.
Malcolm Vile.
Oh, look. The other Grixis deck that you said wasn't better. Oh.
It's not better.
All right. Well, I'm just saying.
Oh, they're on Rev.
Yeah.
Dude, Rev is so good.
Rev is solid. Is there a Rev here? Oh, damn it. Ooh, we have a Null Rod coming in. Hey, sick basalt you got there. Would be shame if Null Rod. And here's where Aaron Street Urchin becomes a real big problem for players, is that it is a stack CX deck.
Yes.
And it's really tough to get from out, especially because it's also removal in the command zone, which is huge. At the Invitational last year, there was one player that ran this deck. And I told myself, I was like, look, as long as I don't see that deck, I have a chance to grind out wins. And sure enough, in round 4 or 5, came out. And it was like, it literally was a 3v1 because it was such an oppressive deck.
To answer your question, Dr. Fox, whoever wins this game is guaranteed. Sean is the only one from this game that's already guaranteed, but whoever wins this game is guaranteed to get in.
Clayton has 1 point, so 6 points should be enough. We have Kenny
the only reason that it should be enough is because Kenny and Kane are both in this game as well.
And they both have 5.
And they both have 5. So if Clayton wins this game with Aranis Street Urchin, he's guaranteed to get in. If Kenny wins, then he's guaranteed to get in. If Kane wins, he's guaranteed to get in, and Sean's already in. Sean is just playing this game because
they have to.
Everybody else has to.
Orcish Lumberjack coming out, by the way, super good card.
I have a love-hate relationship with OL. I really do.
What's the hate part?
I don't like that he's a lumberjack.
But that outfit.
I don't like that he's a lumberjack.
Okay.
I think there are better things that you could have named him than Orcish Lumberjack.
Is that really the hang up we have?
Is.
Okay. Cool, that seems logical. Alright, yeah. We have Kinnan coming out with a bath salt that does nothing.
Not a thing.
But
it is there right now.
And what's crazy about this being, once that leaves though, we off to the races. And Sean's the only one with blue.
Yes.
So if there's something on the stack, unless there's a pyroblast coming from somewhere,
she's the only one that can interact with it, basically.
Essentially, yeah. Everyone else is probably removal. I'm gonna guess
everybody else does have red blast and pyro,
but
that's
on average. Sean's gonna have more interaction.
That costs mana, and you know what doesn't? Force of Will.
Crazy. Fierce Guardianship.
Force of Negation.
Yeah.
Assuming that it's on somebody else's turn.
So, interesting play here with Professional Facebreaker, who, again, a card that I think does absolute work right now in the meta. With a lot of creatures out. You're not swinging with Magda against Kinnan, and you're certainly not doing it against Aranis. So, really, Wog Tymna is the only other deck that you can really swing at consistently right now.
Yes.
And once Tymna gets, a Professional Facebreaker and Tymna out, you may not even be able to swing there either.
No, your PFB, I think right now this PFB is perfectly timed to hit the Nas deck. Obviously, we know that Ernest Street Urchin can't run Nas. Kinnan is obviously not on Nas and does not give 2 craps about their life total. But Roger Tymna, on the other hand,
Totes does.
They most certainly do.
See, not talk about a card I have a love-hate relationship with, Adnaz. Oof.
Oh no, I have an only love relationship with that card.
Yeah, but you just love to hurt yourself, so.
I do.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite pastimes.
Harder Daddy. Interesting. What's the average CMC in their deck? I'm going to guess 1.4. You passed it.
We are sitting at 1.37.
Ooh, that Adnons go crazy. Orcish Lumberjack, tap and sack. 4 mana off of 1 land is so good.
It ain't no Varagoth.
That's true.
Though.
That's actually a funny story I have to tell you about my brother doing prices right. He pulled the what's the price? 501, and he got it. And so he won. Yeah, she was not happy about that. I've never respected him more in my life than that right there.
1.37 is impressive, but I mean, it's no Varagoth. We're not sitting at a 0.38 total deck mana value.
Total deck mana value. And then you take out the add-ons is what?
1.33.
Ugh.
Or 0.33. You're going through your entire library. It's absolutely disgusting. If it works.
If it works.
If the wind blows the wrong way, you're screwed.
So what did he... So here's a big problem. I don't know what he's casting because they're all white border... Or not white border. They're all pieces of paper. What is he putting onto Llanowar Elves right now, you think?
Elvish Mystic.
Elvish Mystic?
Um...
I'm guessing it's an enchantment.
Ooh, it might be a Spring Heart.
Spring Heart and Tuco.
He may have bestowed it. It's definitely a Spring Heart.
It's definitely a Spring Heart. Now,
Most certainly.
Now, Ernest says sacrifice an artifact or a creature.
Mm-hmm.
That is going to be a problem for people. Once Street Urchin comes out, the slog begins, if you will.
Yeah, at this point, for every other deck other than Aranus and Street Urchin, you want to try to do everything you can to not allow that Street Urchin to hit battlefield.
And if I'm Sean, just hold up your interaction.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you have nothing to worry about here. Also, because others are going to protect it, not much they can do against the other red spells that he might have. But still, like people will.
We have a Sadstone Caverns coming down from Sean.
You hate to see it. Showing the hand.
The one singular card.
Yeah. Interesting. I wonder if this is I can remove your Kinnan right now if there's a problem. Brother, I'm not doing anything with this kind of thing. That's what I'm guessing is happening right now. Clayton is a mad talker.
Absolutely. It's one of the things that I really enjoy about his game is he is very quick to defend himself. And I think that that's one of the important pieces to cEDH in general is being able to talk your way out of a bad situation. And Clayton is a very good example of that.
Yeah, yapper. Ooh, what are we doing here?
Wandering Archaic.
That's hot. You know, fun fact, one of my favorite cards, just in general. I think Wandering Archaic is super, like a really fun card. Doesn't go in a lot of decks, though. Really only ones that can produce mana at an alarming rate.
So, I think if I had to pick one card in all of Magic that I want this card super bad.
But can't.
Yeah, it's definitely a can't have it right now card.
We got an Oppo. A Endstep Oppo.
It's probably Suchi.
So do you just throw out Timna here and hopefully draw into more stuff? Because you have blockers on both sides. Kinnan's not going to get hit ever again. Can't even cast Timna. Never mind. Talon Gates, the one downside is it taps for colorless, not for color. So you're going to have to use that Talisman to top that, or you can use the Lotus Petal. That's right there. I assume the Lotus Petal will get cracked, and then Timna would come out. This is part of the problem I have with Rog Timna, is that even at worst, I can put out a 7/5 beater, and I can start swinging at people. Rog just sits there.
That's all you need him to do. Until you need him.
Oh, no rods in play. Can't use either of those artifacts. So, yeah, this is not looking great for the Mardu plan. Fun fact, do you know what the background behind Mardu is? Like the lore?
No.
Okay, Mardu was based off Mongols in history, first of all. Second of all, they're dragon hunters. Yeah, fun fact for you.
A little tidbit of information.
Yep.
Not information that I give a crap about, but I mean, at least you gave it to me.
No one gives a crap.
Yeah, but especially me. Because
Nobody knows what it means. It's provocative.
It came,
Gets the people going.
it came from you, so I definitely don't care.
So, Magda is in a position right now.
It
That
is in a position you are
Cannot
correct.
swing at Kinnan. Could swing at Rog. Has 2 blockers for the professional facebreaker on Aranis' side. So at most can get 2 treasures here. But when that happens, you're starting to threaten a little bit, right? Because Magda needs that 5th treasure. And Magda doesn't care about Null Rod, really.
No, Magda does not care about Null Rod because it runs it itself.
Does it really?
Some of them do, yeah.
Oh, I believe Street Urchin is actually already out right now. It is out right now. In fact, ooh. So here's the cool part about wanting arcade. Deflecting SWAT on the Aranis Street Urchin trigger. You have deflecting SWAT, second deflecting SWAT. They are really doing a lot right now to get rid of this Magda / professional facebreaker. And Clayton is just literally being like, dude, I'm just casting my commander next turn again. Like, big deal. Wanting Arcade will have 2 deflecting SWATs on the stack.
I think if I had to pick a card, my favorite card, it would be Juzam Jin.
What does that do?
So at your upkeep, it deals 1 damage to you.
Is that all?
That's it.
Okay.
That would be my 1 card.
Okay. Does it? What's that one deck that you were brewing? That Rakdos deck? That Rowan?
Yeah.
Rowan would run that.
Rowan was a lot of fun. Yeah, except Rowan, I tried to keep Rowan cheap, and Juzam is a $1,000 card.
Well, you know, you win some, you lose some, right? You know what's another card like that that actually is really fun? Has a cumulative upkeep? Firebraid.
Yes.
Like, I just get mana for free.
All right, so we have 2 SWATs.
Yeah, we have a SWAT on the Aranis trigger on the professional facebreaker to then be swatted by the other red player, the Rog Timna, and the Wandering Archaic trigger would trigger on the Rog Timna's deflecting SWAT, which would give it a second copy of deflecting SWAT, which would therefore stop the original deflecting SWAT and killing the professional facebreaker or whatever you targeted with Street Urchin. And it was the professional facebreaker. So, all in all that to say, no treasures for Magda, big sad, pass turn. Once again, this is kind of what's cool about not only Clayton as a player, but his deck, is that people are going to want to protect your stuff because you remove problems off the board.
100%.
But they don't, like, it never comes into play that, yeah, that's also your stuff too. So, like, it's a give and take, you know? Because right there, Clayton literally only had to sack a token. That was all he did.
Yeah.
Is he sacked a token, and he's going to get it back because Street Urchin is going to attack, get another token back, get another land back, Orcish Lumberjack getting value. This is right where he wants to be.
We said that from the very beginning of the game. With as soon as he dropped the Elvish Mystic, he is in a very good spot right now. But as we saw with that Kinnan game last game, a very commanding spot can get turned real quick.
Yeah, I mean, so to kind of go with what we've been talking about with these games, a lot of the problem was there's not enough removal being thrown out there, and in that specific Kinnan game, right, 2 pieces of removal was put out, just 2, and it radically changed the pace of the game and who was ahead. Just 2 pieces. And in the first game from round 1, all you had to do, 1 piece of removal for Narset.
Yep.
Doesn't win the game. So, like, you have this lack of removal in the meta right now for value engines. And it's so, like, this is why Aaron Street Urchin right now, to me, is in a position to just do so well. There, it's like, it can remove problems almost at will.
And I think that's another reason why I think Brea is also, because that's not the first Brea deck that I've seen on major tournaments like this.
Yeah.
Being able to spot remove anything that you need to for a measly 2 mana is absolutely insane.
Well, 2 mana and 2 artifacts, which is like so trivial for Brea to make.
It's like, it's the same thing. It's the same thing for Elsha. Like, 2 artifacts is virtually non-existent for the artifact decks, and so having that as a drawback, just it doesn't matter.
Yeah. So we have a spirit on that side. Is that what that was? Given to Sean. Which, by the way, giving Sean the Gaia's Cradle deck anything?
That's a creature.
Yeah, like that just doesn't seem. I guess that was maybe like a deal that was made. Shreederson's gonna go after Magda, which in the end, like, it's gonna be worth something. And then bam, gets the land back that they sacked for the Orcish Lumberjack to then get that value back, which is just so good. And then you have the Springheart Neck Tuco, which brings back another insect, which now has more fuel for Airness to remove problems. This is a nice little engine he has going.
Dude, Springheart and Nadu was probably my favorite card in the deck. It was so much fun.
Was it?
It was.
Yeah. I mean,
like, I hated it for y'all,
yeah,
but I loved it for me.
It was such a toxic play pattern with Nadu.
I saw it.
What is it?
Suchi.
Ah. You won't buy it. Vexing Bauble, by the way, coming out for Vexing Bauble coming out for Airness. Just more stacks pieces to have to fight through now. How have you liked Vexing Bauble?
I play with it very infrequently, so I am not at luxury of talking about it. I hate playing against it.
That's fair.
But I'm also turbo pilled, and so any stacks piece I hate.
That's fair.
I have considered rebuilding Blood Pod though.
Blood Pod is not bad right now, dude.
Especially with getting the Rector. Never knew her, but I did wreck her.
Yep, hardly knew her.
But now that I have the Rector, I have considered grabbing Blood Pod back and doing what I did for Dark Oak Thras.
It's enchantment.
Go gets Pattern of Rebirth.
Why don't you just play Rocco?
I considered Rocco, but
I want to play a good deck.
I have a Timna, and I kind of want to be able to use my Timna.
That's fair. That's fair. Do you think those partners will ever get reprints again?
No.
Okay.
They will never reprint partners.
That's a shame.
They're just going to continue to rise in price, which is why none of mine will ever get traded in.
I think that there needs to be another set of 2-color partners that are maybe not as powerful, but give us more variety. Yeah, I know they won't.
They tempted the idea with like the Friends Forever cards from Stranger Things.
That edged me so hard. But
I really want to try Clue Farm. I think Clue Farm would be a lot of fun.
You know, I was actually sleeving up Clue Farm, and then the band came out. Like, literally, like,
you were like, never mind.
Well, I mean, and I just got that Chthonian Nightmare, retro foil Chthonian Nightmare. I'm like, hell yeah. And they're like, no more Dockside. I'm like, well, Chthonian Nightmare means nothing now. And we're done. Because I love the idea of Clue Farm. Hell yeah. Warnog? Oh my god.
See, I like Clue Farm because I played Morska, one of the Lost Caverns of Ixalan commanders, casually. And being able to make clues as fast as that deck did was so much fun. And then you could have, because it was blue-green, so you could have the Kin and the Basalt Monolith and the Thrasios.
And just
go.
Yeah.
It was so much fun.
We have a D-tutor from the Rog Timna. I don't really know what he gets here. I don't know his deck that well. I haven't played against a Rog Timna before. Played plenty of Timna Jessica. Main Dargo Timna. Valley Flood Caller from Sean. Sean is again in a really good spot. Analytic Study. Hey yo.
Yeah, again, Kennen does not care about artifact hate. It does not care about
a little bit.
Not really, because most of its mana production is coming from the creatures.
That's true.
And so the Null Rod doesn't really have any effect on it. It hurts a little bit, don't get me wrong, but there she is doing such a good job of maintaining a very commanding board state. Her and Aranis. And it's funny that you have a monocolor deck, a 3-color deck, and then 2 dual color decks, and the dual color decks are the ones that are the most commanding. Magda's doing crap all right now, if we're being completely honest. And so, and honestly, so is Roger. Roger's not doing much of anything either.
Yeah, I think what's interesting about the 2-color decks and versus 3 colors. 3 colors gives you more variety as far as like what you can do and how you can like build the deck. There's more like pieces that fit the bill. But when you have these 2-color decks, you can hyper focus on things.
Yes.
And when you hyper focus on something in Magic, it makes it so much more streamlined. You can repeat and put more repetitive advantage engines in your deck because you have the slots to do it. And 3-color decks, you have to play so many different cards that are like you can't not run them. You know what I mean?
And especially we were talking about white. White doesn't necessarily take up a whole lot of the space in Roger Timna. It's going to be mainly the black cards that are taking up the majority of the space with all the tutors. With really, it's just the tutors now that I think about it. The tutors and your win cons. But when you look at white, right now, I'm looking at the deck list, and there's actually a lot more white cards that you would not normally see in a cEDH deck that are in this deck. So they are on Orum's Chant, they're on Silence, they're on Sevrek. They have the win con with Abdel Adrian. They're on RCOE, they're on Delny, they're on Lotho, they're on the Bomberman combo with LRW. They have Saracen, Dranith, GA, Esper. Like, these are a lot of these white cards are not cards that you would typically see. They are on Smothering Tithe, but they're also on Touch. And so these are cards that you don't typically see in a very turbo-pilled list.
Especially not Delny.
Or Abdel Adrian, that's a drop 5 in a Nas list. That's dangerous.
I mean, I don't think it's that big of a deal to have a drop 5 in an Adnons list. I used to
you
run.
were running Peer into the Abyss and Bolus's Citadel. I don't want to hear it.
And 40 Broodlord.
That was absolutely ridiculous, and I told you that was a mistake. And then you flipped 4 cards and lost 22 life, and you were like, I guess this is kind of a mistake now.
Well, 5th in Box Masters doesn't make it feel that bad. Literally only losing to someone kick-making, wounded.
Well, that's part of the game now, though.
Yeah, it is. By the way, Ernest is in a position right now to just start pinging things off the board. I don't know what Clayton wants to cast for this much mana.
Everything.
Yeah, everything. But just we have another trigger, I'm guessing, on the Springheart Nantuko. I would just start removing the board now. I think Aranis is in a position where the engine is going, it's doing its thing, and do you know what that art is?
That is spelunking.
Well, I'm sorry. Gazutite, what are we doing with spelunking?
Spelunking is all of your lands enter the battlefield untapped.
Oh, it's a Lumeron card.
And I'm not mistaken, when a land enters the battlefield,
Something amazing happens, I guess.
Spelunking enters, draw a card, then you may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. If a cave is put on the battlefield this way, you gain 4 life.
Yo, that tech though. Gain 4 life.
I'm pretty sure it's for the lands, but
No. It's that life gain, though. That's what I'm talking about.
Because they are on Gruul Turf. They are on... Gruul Turf is really the big one.
Yeah. It doesn't loop, but it's nice to have. Another Orcish Lumberjack activation.
Oh, commercial district as well.
What does commercial district do?
It's the Gruul Surveil land.
Ah, got it.
Field of the Dead enters untapped.
That's nice. It's a nice
Yes.
little boost. Which again, another like nice little engine. Field of the Dead, attack with Street Urchin, get a land back, get a creature, sack it, do more damage. Like that's great. I love the idea of this deck. The more I'm seeing, the more I'm like thinking about it.
I like Field of the Dead again because of Nadu,
Sure.
but that's just me.
I mean,
I-
my favorite casual deck of all time was the lands deck. So
Azusa lands is so much fun.
is it?
Yes, so much fun. Rampaging Baloths. Oh, being
yeah.
able to put so many 4/4s on board in one turn is absolutely disgusting.
We are getting more triggers.
And if you play cards like Burgeoning, where you're able to put lands on the board and during other people's turns, oh, it's so nice.
So Clayton at this point. How do you feel after that? Those pops. I don't know if you heard that chat, but good lord.
Oh, dude, you should hear it in the morning
Yeah.
after I wake up.
Is there Folgers in your cup?
Oh,
Yeah. Yo, 90s kids, you welcome. Urchin is just beating. Aaron is just beating the crap out of Magda, dude. He just keeps swinging at Magda, which makes sense. Like he doesn't need to worry about. Oh, Breakfast Club stream. Ooh, Breakfast Club.
when
Just found out the other day that it's like still kind of active.
Yeah.
Like, the league and stuff. Yeah,
I think I'm still in it.
maybe. I will say, Aaron is beating up on the Magda. I don't think it really matters who he's swinging at per se. He's not going to reach, 21 commander damage, but like it's free swings every single time. If they had board states like Kinnan, he can't swing, but the way it is right now, Kinnan's going to sit pretty. Now he's going to start removing things. There we go. There we go. Now we're starting to ping the board. Put a little control on this game. Which has actually felt like a very fast pace considering the other games that we've watched.
Absolutely.
Okay. Sean has no Kitten now. No Wandering Archaic. Still has the Valley Flood Caller though, which is huge. What do you think Rog Timna tutored for?
Dude, I have no idea.
Now the Abdel, right? Does that exile enchantments and artifacts?
I'm pretty sure it's permanence.
It's just permanents?
Hold on, I gotta go to the deck.
I should probably learn this since I'm like trying to learn Tim and Jessica.
Exile any number of non-land permanents
And then they come back on
for
taps.
as long as you control Abdo. They are exiled, and you put 1/1 soldiers in their place. And so if you
It
are,
just flickers and then you
Yep.
can infinite mana right there. I did not realize you could do that. That's crazy. I do love me some Mardu.
Marty's okay.
It helped me learn the game so much better. You have to learn your windows so much more like efficiently.
That's what I loved about Teamer. You gave me even the slightest window, and I'm taking advantage of it.
Yeah. Kinnan comes out. Now, so my question about Kinnan being out, right?
It doesn't
Yeah.
do a whole lot.
Yeah, it's just gonna get blown up again.
Yeah.
So like, why are we spending the mana on this? Is this another one of those like I'm doing it because I need plays? Maybe they have free interaction in their hand that like a Fierce Guardianship.
Or maybe there was a deal made between Sean and Clayton
Like,
that
yo,
I'll let you bring out your Kinnan if you don't attempt to win. But as we know, none of your opponents have your best interests at heart, and so a deal like that, especially with a Basalt on board, I wouldn't have taken that deal. No chance.
I would definitely remove it immediately. Like at the end of your turn, I'm just
With
gonna
a
remove it.
treasure vault coming down from Magda,
But no Magda.
with no Magda.
So this is what I was saying before about the Ernest Street Urchin. Magda and Kinnan are kind of at the mercy of Ernest right now. All Ernest needs to do is figure out how to get their win con. And that's
Yeah.
the problem with Gruul, is that there's no win con like tutors unless you're talking about creature tutors. And even then, like, you gotta find them. You know, there's no draw engines in the board. There's nothing that lets you press that advantage other than oppressing other people down.
Yeah, you can't vamp tutor for heuristic study or
Could you
anything like
imagine
that.
If Ernest Street was Jund. Oh my god. That would probably be my main deck. I might even sleeve this deck up just cause. Like it's
I'm having a lot of fun with TNT.
you know, I think TNT is a top 4 deck right now.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Ernest Street Urchin again with 12 damage on Magda. We getting there. We will hit that 21.
And here we go with another clue from Ernest.
Why is he getting a clue from well, there's his draw engine, quote unquote, but you can't use it because the null rod's out.
100%.
Non-bows feels bad.
Feels super bad.
But
All
again,
right, so we have an untap from Kinnan.
Which again, Ernest essentially just untapping and then swinging and passing means they don't have a lot in their hand to do,
They don't need a whole lot to do.
but they're not progressing their board either.
They don't need to progress their board if they're regressing everybody else's board.
That's true, but in 35 minutes, you better have something, right?
Or it's a draw and you don't go to the top 4.
What are we doing here? Either your first or your last, Ricky Bobby.
100%.
Yeah, that's what that means. Kinnan, I can't see Sean's hand. Is it the pink cards? It's not the pink cards right there.
No.
So I don't know how many cards Sean has in hand. I don't know how many cards Clayton has in hand, but it's really it's a 1v1 at this point, in my
Yes.
opinion.
Let's
So,
go figure out how many cards they have in hand.
Yeah. Corey, the ever-present scout. Three cards in hand for Sean.
3 respectively.
For both. So my guess is Sean just sits back, draws off Ristic when needed, and then stops whatever Ernest does because they can't interact on the stack. And then this is where we're going to be. Magda comes out. So with Magda coming out, not paying for Ristic, why would you put Magda out with Ernest out? Unless you could just push and go.
But I guess the same question can be made with Kinnan. We just had that argument with Kinnan. Why are we throwing Kinnan into an Ernest Street Urchin? And so the same concept the same argument can be made for both of them. But I think Magda.
Hold on. Magda just got 2 triggers without responses. Okay. Yeah, so with the trigger on the stack to target Magda, we're going to kill the Magda because of reasons. So, Urchin is going to sacrifice 3 different tokens. Looks like. Has 3 different triggers, 3 different targets. Magda is 1. Kinnan is the other. And I'm guessing the Llanowar House? Or the Otter? No, it was the spin the Kinnan?
I think you got to spin the Kinnan here, right?
Can she? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, exactly enough to spin. But this is on Kenrith's reign, sorry. It's on Kenny's turn. So you don't want to tap out going into Aranis's turn.
No, for sure not.
Especially when Aranis could just remove whatever crazy good creature you just put out there. Like, neat, I have a Con Sphinx, I have a Void Winter. Okay, so kill it, and then I'll go to my turn. We're still talking about triggers right now. Tapping 2. To untap 2. Damn, look at that loop. Can't respond to it either, it's a mana ability.
Tapping 4.
6. And sacking? Question mark?
Yes.
Oh, it was an Eldrazi. 01. Spellskite. That's
important.
Yeah. Very important. It will save one Aranis trigger. Just one. But that could I mean, Spellskite could do something right there. You know, I've used Spellskite a lot in Marchesa, and it does work.
And Kinnon's back in the command zone.
Which is now going to cost 6 to cast. Which is kind of why I was wondering why we're not there to begin with, but who's to say?
But she does have the 6 mana to be able to bring him back out.
If
but
she
again,
for what?
Why?
Though? Again, I think we're just at the point where we're just sitting back and making sure that Aranis can't win with using whatever removal you draw from Rhystic Study. So we're not in a stalemate per se, but we're definitely in a position where we're holding guns up, you know?
Absolutely.
So I wouldn't call it a Mexican stand-up because no one's actually going to win. They're just going to not win, per se. Spirit goes to Magda because it's not a dwarf, so it does not matter. Magda also costing 6, by the way.
Yes.
With only 5 mana presented. Actually, not... Yeah, 5 mana presented because you have an Ancient Tomb and 3 lands. Treasure Vault can't actually tap.
Because it's an artifact.
And it's an artifact. It is an artifact. I had to explain that to a Kinnan player last night. Like, I will Tezzeret for 0. They went and got a Mox. I said, you could have just gotten your Treasure Vault in 1, right? They're like, can I go back? No. Learn your deck.
Not
It's
a
Kinnan.
chance.
Yeah. Kinnan. It's not that hard.
You only have 2 colors. Calm down there, Buckaroo.
I'm loving to see how Clayton also has been politicking clearly with other people at this table. Even though he's in the driver's seat, he's still willing to talk to people.
Yes.
I think a lot of players, when they're in the position he's in, they just kind of don't care. And they'll just keep like, yep.
Deadly Rollick.
On the Llanowar,
Elvish Mystic.
they're all Llanowar. All of them. Finhorn, still Llanowar.
Llanowar, it's a Finhorn.
It's a Finhorn. It's different.
Elvish Mystic, Llanowar.
Llanowar. So Springheart just comes back as Springheart, right?
Yep.
That's so good. You know what play I really like as well right now? Is I'm going to Eldritch Evolution my Enduring Vitality to have it come back. That's like, such value. Go get my Seaboard Pass.
So good.
Wasn't running away, dude. Relax.
It might have. You don't know. You're not his real dad.
You're not my dad. While they are resolving all this, and as we watch this grindy game, if you are watching on Twitch, we are now affiliated with Twitch, and if you have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe for free. Free.
I think another big piece again, like you said, while we wait for all of this to resolve. I mentioned it. Steven mentioned it. Kellen's mentioned it multiple times. May 23rd through the 25th them and JC's House of Cards are going to be in Nashville for the Land Goes 10K event. If you haven't signed up, I
Big
highly
diamond event.
recommend it.
It's a diamond event too.
It
So
is
for
a
those of
diamond
you
event.
who care about going to the Invitational again, the last Invitational as far as we know, right?
Yep.
This would be a big chance to go. I personally love doing the big tournaments. It's a grind, but like,
It is definitely a weekend.
yeah,
But for both you and I, we don't have to worry about hotels.
true.
We don't have to worry about any of that. I'll probably still get a hotel in Nashville just because driving an hour in the morning after a tournament that night is going to be annoying.
Yeah,
But it's going to be a good time.
it's just nice to have it in our own backyard. You know,
Absolutely.
Like, we don't have to drive 3 hours. Like if we really wanted to, we know the spots to go to.
Absolutely.
We know the spots to hit up. You know, we do have.
Could you imagine going to a tournament and then going to 5 Points right after? Getting some good old fashioned greasy pizza.
Oh my gosh, 5 Points is.
But I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna kind of miss the hot pot.
That's a tradition for all of you people that don't know the Nashville cEDH group. It is tradition that we go to Hot Pot really every time we go down to Atlanta. But guess who's getting a K-Pot?
We are.
Murfreesboro, baby.
I say we are, and I mean that loosely, because technically I'm not.
Yeah,
in,
you're loose.
I'm not. Only because of you.
Yeah.
I'm not necessarily in Nashville, and I'm definitely not in the borough, but I'm close enough to both of them that I can say it's in my backyard.
So-
Clayton and I are both actually out of
Clarksville.
Clarksville.
What did he just play that's over the top of that soul ring right now? I don't recognize that art either. I'm guessing it's a dork or artifact of some kind. I just don't recognize the art at all. Is it the expedition map?
It might be the expedition map.
It's the expedition map. I'm just looking at the artwork right now.
It is the expedition map.
It is
You are
expedition map.
Correct.
And then we have another Llanowar Elves. That's not Llanowar Elves. What is that?
Which one?
The
That
one
that
next-
one is a Llanowar Elves.
Yo. Hey, yo. Called it.
That is actually a secret layer Llanowar Elves.
I mean, it's a piece of paper. But
It's the secret layer art. I think it's funny that Trinisphere is a game changer with the new bracket system.
I think the bracket system's kind of a joke.
I agree, but
Yeah. But we got to start somewhere, right? I think, look, here's the thing. We're trying, the community is trying to get some common ground, some understanding, and some clarity on some rules.
well, then they need to have a cEDH ban list and a casual ban list.
Well, even if we're not talking about casual and a cEDH ban list, right? Like, we want to be on the same page about things, and you're going to upset somebody. No matter what you do, no matter which direction you go, even if it was a near perfect system, someone's going to get upset.
That's just people in general, though.
Yeah.
Everybody's gonna have something to complain about.
Yeah.
Complaints are like buttholes, and everybody has one, and most of them stink.
Most of them?
Most of them,
Okay.
not all of them.
Do that what you will. Do that what you will.
New information has just breaking news. Not all buttholes stink.
So we're at this point in the game where it's just like actively. So untap pass, untap pass, untap pass.
Because everybody's scared to play anything because Aranis is just gonna kill it.
Yeah, I mean that is the thing with Aaron. It's like it is such an impressive deck, but you have to be able to close out the game, right? So like it gets to a point where you're like, hey, I'm going to make sure you don't have creatures so the turns go by faster because you're not doing anything. That's like the actual strategy behind this deck. Like no one can do anything. Okay, pass. Okay, pass.
They are on Keen Sense,
Which is really cool, but he hasn't found it yet.
Birthing Ritual.
What is birthing ritual?
At the beginning of your instep, if you control a creature, look at the top 7 cards of your library, then you may sacrifice a creature. If you do, you may put a creature card with mana value X or less from among them, where X is 1 plus the sacrificed creature's mana value.
So every end step or upkeep?
Instep.
So every end step is essentially birthing pod.
At every one of your insteps.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, could you imagine if it was every end step?
Oh my god.
Baleful Force.
Dargo Thras.
Baleful Force was a card I used to run a lot when in casual because it's every upkeep draw a card, lose a life.
Dude, you know, I want to build a cEDH deck. It's going to be completely jank, and I get that, around Helix Pinnacle.
Breaking news: water wet. You build a janky deck. Crazy.
I want to build something around Helix Pinnacle. I think that would be so much fun.
Unesh. Hell yeah.
Unesh.
Yeah, Sphinxy boys. By the way, who would have thought that out of all the players at this table right now, that Magda would be the one looking at life total being like, oh crap.
Who'd have thought that Magda is the one shut out by Stacks?
That's also true. You know who thought that? Is Ernest. He knew.
Ernest was like, hold my beer, watch this.
Yeah.
You thought you were a Stacks deck.
Talk about 4-figure death punch. Here we go, Ernest. It sounds like most of the games have stopped this round or ended already in this round.
Yeah, let's go pop a look.
Yeah, go ahead and take a look. Take a look, she. While he is doing that. No,
Both of them are still playing.
oh, they are still playing.
Yeah.
Okay, I just got a text from a buddy that his is done. While we are waiting for this, once again, draw pass to go. Remember, you can check out the store calendar on our website at GameNightTN.com. Our Discord for upcoming events. We have Pauper, we have Vintage, we have Trio Team, and other events. I don't play those, but I know that they are very fun and active, like a big community here. Lots of events to going on at Game Night. Very active Discord as well. You can find us at all major social sites at Game Night TN and online at GameNightTN.com. Thank you, Green Gun Guy, for that subscribe. If you have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe for free. Let's go. So what is Magda gonna do? Okay, so Rob Timna is officially, I'm F6, bro. I'm done. I ain't doing nothing. Magda, I ain't doing nothing. Look at them subscriptions. Roman Valkyrie. Interesting name. Two very different lores. Both very cool time periods. Getting a judge call right now. I'm guessing Corey's going to figure out why we have a judge call. As we're trying to figure out this judge call, again, remember that Game Night will be at the Land Go event in Nashville, May 23rd to the 25th. Huge tournament. It's a 10K, and you're going to have some sick shops that are going to be there, such as Game Night, JC's House of Cards. We are still resolving a judge call.
Yeah, the judge was called because a player had to leave to go to the restroom real quick.
Right.
But
So
the player
while-
has returned.
They have returned, as has Corey.
I'm not here. You can't see me. They can't see me.
They can't hurt me.
I am invisible.
This is the Ernest Streeter list you have up right now.
Yeah.
So one of the combos that it has is a Windgrace combo with the Aftermath Analyst. I believe it runs Valakut, if I'm not mistaken. Which is one way it can win? Or did they take that out?
They do not have Valakut.
Okay, they had Valakut, they took that out. One of the win cons, if I'm not mistaken, then...
Oh god, dude, they're on Stranglehold.
Hell
too.
yeah. And it's the, what chart is that? The Karlak?
Yeah.
Karlak is Bay.
Hmm.
If you haven't played Baldur's Gate 3, get on that. Amazing game for...
Oh, Realms on.
Yeah,
Jesus.
it's a lands deck. Kodama and Togo is one of the win cons. Togo, what is that?
Togo.
Togo?
To go. Oh, I like my
Alright.
snacks. To go.
That's why I drive.
Oh, we got a new subscriber. Steven subscribed to Game Night, Tennessee.
Oh, come on!
Speak of the devil.
Speak of the devil, we got the Togo!
Oh, speak of the goblin.
Dow. You know what's really funny about this? I could just foresee Sean doing like counter your stuff, pass. And we're at the 16-minute mark. This could be. Yep.
That's 6, isn't it? No, that's not
No,
6.
that's Togo.
That is Togo, yes.
It is Togo. So, fun fact, you also run tunneling geopede. That's
Dude, I love tunneling geopede.
tunneling geopede with aftermath
I love-
analyst.
Never mind.
We have a spirit going to Rog Timna. We have a force of will hardcast. Who would have thought that Sean just was sitting back holding some interaction? We're
But
gonna.
it looks like Clayton's going to have some interaction for it as well.
That's pretty crazy. Oh, you know what I realized about the spell sky coming out? No rod. Can't use it.
Yep.
So it's cool spell sky, bro. Would be shame if.
It would be a lot cooler if you could use it.
Yep, there's a red elemental blast targeting the force of will. I'm guessing that there's going to be a. And remember, both the other players, Kane and Kenny, have already used their deflecting swat, which is the only interaction they could have used against the red elemental blast to stop it.
Yes.
Literally the only one. Actually, even that wouldn't matter because red elemental blast can't target deflecting swat.
Correct.
So Sean being the only blue player at the table it does come into play, big time.
It's coming into play right now. This is significant.
Look at that pile of goodness that you can't use, except for sacking it to Airness. Which, again, at any time, he could just sack No Rod to Airness and call it a day. So Togo comes out. Tapping. I see a lot of maybe a not concordant crossroads. Yeah, it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, concordant crossroads coming out. Okay, do we have the loop? Because that's why you have the tap land, the dual land.
Oh no, he's not on Concordant Crossroads.
Not concordant crossroads. It's Court of Calling.
Yes.
Court of Calling. Sorry. But not doing that either. I don't know what these triggers are right now. I'm not gonna lie to you. What did he just put a token under? What is this card right here? That's
That's Springheart.
That's Springheart. Brought back a Dryad Arbor? Yes? Or is that the Surveil land again?
Nope, that's Dryad Arbor. You talking about this card right here?
Yeah.
That's Dryad Arbor.
He's just passing the turn after just popping everyone's creatures again. Alright. Sean has 3 cards in hand again. We'll cast something, maybe? Pass? Again, this Street Urchin being out there just makes it so oppressive for everyone else.
Absolutely.
Where is your stuff? Where are your things? Find your win con. Do the thing. Win the points. How does Spelunking draw a card again?
When it ETBs.
Just when it ETBs? That's not even going to be good enough to... Alright. Rock Timna has a opposition agent on the board. Okay, but what is that going to do for us now? Is the real question. Four mana available. Tap. Lotho. Lotho is one of my favorite cards to come out in that set. Really strong card in cEDH.
Absolutely. I thoroughly enjoy Lotho. It's been Orzhov needed a card like that. And
It's been 1 week. No? Okay.
Orzhov needed a card like that. And it is
Producing treasures that don't matter, but normally is very good.
normally.
Normally is very good.
Oh, Tipacally.
So we have two different decks now that are under 20 life. 34 piece for the other two. And again, they're just in a position where it's like, oh, just pop the opposition agent, which again, we're at this point where it's like, why even play creatures anymore?
100%.
Like, just to make him use.
I think we've been at that point for quite a bit.
Well, I mean, like, do you just play it out there to make him use resources? But like, he's not using enough for it to actually matter. You know. Okay, so he put another one of those tokens underneath the construct now. So there's some other token that we're not looking at that like we don't know. They're represented by something. You know what those? That's a amulet.
Yep, that's an Amulet of Vigor.
That's another card that like surprisingly is expensive right now. Aren't they like $20 now or something like that? Like for a basic one.
Other than his being paper, the art that he is showing on that piece of paper is 48 for the non-foil and 60 for the foil. The basic version is 40.
The basic version of Amulet of Vigor is $40 right now.
Yes.
Damn! People really want their lands untapped, huh? I will, you know, with Lumera coming out, probably got a lot of hype on that. Have you tried that deck yet?
No, not yet.
It's cool. Like, it looks fun. It's very much like World Gorger to me, where it's like, sack all my lands, cast Lumera, counter Lumera, I'm dead. Like, neat. But when it does its thing very well. Sacking the expedition map to Street Urchin. And down
Magda's dead.
goes Magda. Down goes Magda to the... Actually, not gonna lie, of all these playmats, I think that's my favorite playmat. Just saying. Now we can actually look at it.
Ooh. Ooh. Ah.
You ever watch George of the Jungle?
Yes.
That's that one? Space Knight? I like that one. If I was going to buy one of these playmats, that would be the one. I said in awe.
All right. What are we doing here? Come on.
Come on, Clayton.
We got 8 more minutes.
You got to close out this game, homeboy. You're dragging your feet a little bit. Oh, High Fate Trickster came out and then it died immediately. Neat. Active Flare. If I'm Clayton, man, like I'm just telling them, like, just let's go. Like, I think this is the problem with the deck right now. Again, you commanded the game the entire time. Transmute artifact. Sacking the basalt.
What do you go get?
Well, what do you go get? Because you can't use them. There's no activated abilities with them, so maybe a Trinisphere, or if they are running Trinisphere, or
She is definitely
Imposter Mech.
not on Trinisphere. She could go get Imposter Mech.
Imposter Mech or the One Ring, or Mirage Sphere. Those are the only
Well, it
things.
doesn't matter. You can't use
Any of them.
the imposter mech, or you can't use the One Ring or Mirage Mirror, and so imposter mech is the only thing that makes sense here.
I would agree. Well, what does it copy?
I'm not sure.
Not gonna be Aranis, because that didn't do nothing for you. I think we're just burning time at this point. We're already shaking hands? Question mark? Yeah, it's Mirage Mirror. Doesn't have to pay any more mana into it because she sacked a 3 cost.
Yes, but she also can't activate its ability
Correct. So I don't know what we're doing here.
unless she has a way to bounce the Null Rod.
And if she could bounce the Null Rod, though,
Why did you sack the
Basalt
Monolith?
because she can't cast Kinnan and do that. Right?
I don't think so.
One,
Kinnan
two,
costs
4, 5,
6.
I mean, actually, maybe 6 for Kinnan, 1 for a bounce spell. No, just Mirage Mirror. I am confuzzled. Again, I think that was just a burn time.
Confusion is my middle name, and I'm stuck on it right now. Grinding Station. Again, another artifact that can't be utilized.
Can't be used. Well, I wonder if Rog Timna just like had it in their hand the entire time. They just couldn't do anything because
Of the Null Rod.
of the Null Rod. Like, that'd be hilarious. Active player. All right, time to close the game out, or
It's a draw.
it's a draw. Well, they do have a time extension. Remember that. Slight one, very slight. Like I would call a judge if I was Clayton. I'd call a judge over, and be like, make sure no one else is slow playing. Like this is his window. If it gets back to him a second time, maybe this will work. But yeah, he's going to beats. Okay. Alright, so he has internet trigger to bring out another land. Do it again. Again, I think we're literally on the beats plan right now.
I agree.
Now, here's a question. So let's say we are on the beats plan, right? And you're Sean. Do you sit there and be like, no, you have to play this out into the time? You're guaranteed into the top 4 already.
Yes.
You still make them do it?
Yeah.
Okay. Interessante.
I'm not agreeing to a loss for no reason.
That's fair. That's fair.
$13 damage that
13
quick.
damage. Yeah. I mean, but can he close out in the amount of time? Because we're at 4 minutes now. Draw for turn, active player. That means Sean has the ability to do things. Chew up time. Think about what they're doing. Chew up time. Let's see. Now, Kane and Kenny both have wins, right?
Yes.
They both go to a draw. They both want that. Like, they definitely want that. Clayton is the one that needs the win.
Yep.
Again,
Simic Signet.
we're just eating time at this point. Kill the Lotho. Kill the Spirit. Yeah, even here. Did you just cast Timna? Just to have a blocker up and make him use resources so he can't keep beating your face in?
I would cast the Roger. It's less mana.
That's fair. Now, let's go back to the ROG Timna list. The ROG Timna list has the Leonin, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that that's just a loop with Mayhem Devil? Is that the only reason why it's in there? Because it can't
Loop with Jessica.
with Jessica.
No, I'm saying it can't loop with Jessica. So typically you're going to see the Bomberman combo in Mardu decks because they're running Jessica.
No, the other one, the Leonin.
Oh, I was talking about Ariok Salvagers, which they're not playing. Yes, that would be my assumption with
Is that
Anime
Mayhem
Dead.
Devil, Leonin win?
Yeah, because they have the Anime Dead
Yeah. And Dance of the Dead.
and Necromancy.
How much is Dance of the Dead these days?
$10. Oh, 21.
Just when I had one. I don't. Okay, we're still on Rog's turn. What is he doing? Oh, he's gambling. Enough talk. Let's check. Yes, that is an Orcus Lumberjack. He's been using it very well to get lots of value out of it. Oh my gosh. See, if I'm Clayton, I'm just getting frustrated at this point.
100%.
Yeah, like you're not progressing your board state. You're not doing anything. Professional phase breaker. Cool. 8. Pass.
Touch targeting the Null Rod.
Perhaps. Can touch hit Null Rod? I thought it was creature and enchantment.
Artifact or creature.
Artifact or creature. Touch the Null Rod would be pretty crazy.
Dude, that's all I ever wanted. I just want somebody to touch the rod.
Yeah. What is he searching with right now? Or how is he looking at the top? 4. Yeah, touch the Null Rod. Build the Vault. Okay. Tap for mana. Sack the Lotus Petal.
Breach.
Play a Breach.
And he has Petal already on board too.
And he has a wheel. But Sean has Sean does have probably interaction and a Ristic study out, right?
Does she have the Ristic out?
I thought she had a Ristic out a long time ago. Maybe that was removed. That Accord?
Maybe a Cord.
I would imagine that's Accord of Calling. Oh, to go get Endurance. To stop this. And then end the game in a draw. Yeah, see, Sean just had interaction all day. Good attempt though by the ROG team. I told you they just had it in hand, just waiting for that Null Rod to go away.
While this is result, well, we have a cord. They're talking about it right now. I'm pretty sure. Well, why would Sean let Underworld Breach resolve if she had all that interaction?
I'm not sure.
Are we just like, is Sean just saying this and be like, look, I don't need this, therefore I'm not gonna care? Because if that was the case, Vexing Bobble. Vexing Bobble's still out. Still can't do anything. Woof. So, again,
That's game.
great attempt. Oh, that's partially why as well. The Mind Break Trap and the Pact of Negation.
Well,
can't be
also the
cast.
Odawara.
Well, right, but like Mind Break Trap and Pact couldn't be casted for free
Because of the Vexing Bubble.
because of the Vexing Bubble. But Sean could cast that Mind Break Trap for its hard cast.
100%.
So does Kane have the removal for the next piece? Oh, what up though?
They have to get rid of Vexing Bubble in order to pull
win.
this out.
But if
But
you get
once you
rid
get rid of the Vexing Bubble, now you have to worry about a Pact and a Mind Break Trap.
and Aurora.
Well, Odawara, the channel ability doesn't really matter, but
I mean, it does because you can use.
well, no, with the Vexing Bubble.
Oh, right. Yeah, Vexing Ball is irrelevant here, but the fact that literally instead of one piece of interaction being open, you have 3 pieces of interaction open.
Yeah,
That's a huge difference. There was a judge call because there were cards looked at or seen that were not supposed to have been? Question mark? Oh, that's an endurance. Okay. So, breach, sack. I think there was a slight time extension because of the bathroom,
yeah.
but I don't see how Clayton wins right here.
No, he's not going to be able to deal out 32 damage in combat to get rid of both of them at the same time.
Especially with that Odawara out. He's kind of at the mercy of...
How did he cast the Endurance?
He tapped those lands.
Okay.
Okay, so there is a slight time extension. That's why we're going on a little further. And draw. Did he get there? There's the question, and that's the end all be all question is: does he get there? Endurance is a little bit more power. Definitely can kill the Rog, Timna. But like you said, I don't think 32 damage is going to be enough.
Well, 32 damage is enough, but I don't know if he has 32 damage on
Right,
board
right, that's
split
what-
between 2 players.
Yeah.
But he may because both of them are wide open right now.
Well, Sean can give him a spirit. So again, if Sean wants to intervene at any point and be like, yeah, I'm going to give him a blocker so we can go to a draw, then that is definitely something that can be done. Okay.
I think all Clayton is doing right now is counting up how much damage he has on board to see
How
if
much
he
he
can
can
deal enough.
Well, if he can deal enough to deal with Sean, and then not enough.
Nope.
Not enough.
17.
So, depending on how much this time extension is, will depend on whether or not we can get there. And again, Sean and Kane can just sit there and durdle for as long as they need to, effectively, and still win, or have this draw out.
And there's the second spirit that you were talking about from Sean.
Yeah. This would be in a very frustrating game for Clayton if he can't close this out.
Yeah, absolutely. He started out in a commanding position just to get forced to a draw. And it looks like we have an Otawara on the null rod.
Yeah. Null rod. Okay.
And now she can activate the Mirage Mirror.
Well,
on
how
her
did she
turn.
activate the Simic Signet to do the null rod?
She had 4 untapped lands.
Oh, okay. And yeah, we have Mirage Mirror to do what, though? Because cast Kinnan, Assault's already in the grave. So, is there something else that we're missing as far as a combo goes? The Monolith would need one more reducer, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Otherwise, you're just tapping and untapping it.
Right.
Because the reason that Zerta works is because Zerta reduces
Reduces it by
the
2.
activation
By 2.
to untap it by 2.
Right.
Same for like Training Grounds. Training Grounds also does it. It's a Training Grounds-esque effect.
But Training Grounds is only creatures, right?
Correct.
Now, what is Sean doing at this point?
Dirtling, just like we said she would.
Yeah. I would have a judge over there to call for something like this. Like, you're not progressing your board state, you're just thinking, you have 2 cards in hand. Like, either do it or don't, kind of thing. Which, again, this is just part of tournament play, right? Like, you have to play with time limits, you have to understand the pacing, you have to understand what you're doing. And there's probably a lot of times in this game where Clayton could have just do the thing, dude. Like, move on. Like, swing, pass, go. Like, you can remove things later. But again, what are we talking about?
Let's go find out.
Yeah. While we were looking at what's going on here, just a reminder that there is a loyalty program with game nights. You sign up, it's $1 per coin, and earned coins can be spent to reduce on coupons and other sales that you have here at the store. Have earbuds in? Yeah, that's pretty cool. So, we're Mirage Mirror into a Vexing Bauble into a Llanowar or Elvish Mystic, since I've been saying that the entire time. Just another Llanowar Elf. To, I guess, pass the turn, because he has a Mockingbird. And again, 2 free counter spells. So, active player moves to Rog Timna. How much more of a time do we have on this game? That is the question. Seeing his pulls. And we're scooping up. Looks like that was time in the round. So a draw for table 1, which means Clayton is out of contention for top 4. And Kane and Kenny probably make top 10 because they both have 6 points now. So, very nice. Very nice. Good for them. A little frustrating for Clayton. But, it happens. That's what time limits are, right? We'll be back with an interview with one of the players at this table in just a sec. All right.
And we are back with the top 4. I'm
Alright.
excited.
Yeah, this looks like it's going to be an interesting battle. Right now, I believe we have a Talion, a Kinnan, and I didn't see the other 2, but Sean is in seat 2, correct?
Either 1 or 2, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she's been doing pretty good. So, top 4. Sean is in seat 1. We have Richie in seat 2, Terry in seat 3, and Kane in seat 4. So,
I think it's going to be a good time.
yeah, I think that right now, it's also not that late in the day, which is really nice. You know, it's only 4 o'clock for like a tournament like this. You got about 20 people coming out, and doesn't take up your entire day. Still have a little time to do whatever you need.
Absolutely.
Yeah, super excited to see how this plays out. If Sean does what she's been doing today, which is powering out that Ken by turn 1 or 2 again, I think she once again will be in the driver's seat for a lot of the game. And if that's the case, this should be a quick one. I don't know if Talion's going to have the speed to deal with this Kinnan. I don't think that. I think, but it's nice to see Talion, which is more of a controlled deck, in the finals and like in this top 4. It's nice to see how there's a little bit more variety. You're not seeing the same stuff. We have our mulligans done. So we have Rog Timna in seat 4. We have Malcolm Vile Smasher in seat 2. And we have Talion in seat 3.
I'm excited to see where this goes. So we have
Breeding pool.
Kinnan starting out with a shocked-in breeding pool. First game on stream that we have not had a turn 1, seat 1 fish.
Yeah. Yeah, literally. It's been like that all day. But honestly, those fishes have not been great.
Not at all. Not even almost.
We have a tapped land coming in from Richie. Watery Grave. Great. Never mind. Turn 1 fish. There we go. As is tradition. As is tradition. I wonder if Rog Timna's going to do fish turn 1.
I don't think so. If they do, I feel like we need to check his deck.
That'd be so good, though.
It would be fantastic.
But here we are. We have Rog coming out. We have...
That's a weird play to me. I don't understand why he put the Rog out. I don't understand.
You don't know why he put Rog out?
Nope.
Now, you know what?
No idea.
I've seen weirder things.
Like a Go Shintai at a cEDH table.
I still love that list, though. That's kind of cool. It was kind of cool. What was your favorite list of the day so far?
Go Shintai.
Okay. I might have to agree with you on that. That
Just-
is a pretty hot
Just
list.
because it was weird does not mean that it's not hot.
Killing on turn 2, as is no mana dorks and no rocks to me. Interesting keep on the mulligans. We're fetching. I've been seeing this Grixis Pirates deck a lot lately. It is doing work in bigger tournaments.
Dude, you know the deck that I am the most excited about right now? And I don't think it's cEDH, and I'm pretty sure it's only 2 colors. I'm pretty sure it's an Is It deck.
Okay.
But Captain Howler.
Say more to that.
So it's very similar to Hashaton in the discard effects. And so it's a drop 2.
Oh, it's
for
the
a
Shark
5.
Pirate.
Yes.
Okay, fun fact. Max played it on stream not that long ago.
And mine is called Sharks Don't Have Hands, so I shouldn't either.
Why shouldn't I?
Or why should I? And it's been a blast to sit here and play test on Moxfield.
Really?
Yes.
What is the point of the deck?
So the idea behind the deck is to buff Captain Howler up an ungodly amount through all the wheels or other discard effects and swing for commander damage. I'm not...
It's a Voltron-like deck?
Yes.
Okay.
It is...
By the way, Mana Volt on turn 2 from the Talion with a paying for the fish. So really, that was just stalling to let Talion get out as soon as possible.
And since it is a casual list, I am on Glinthorn, but I'm not on Malcolm because I'm not focusing on pirates.
Sure.
But winning with Glinthorn type effects and a Dranith coming down from Rog Timna.
So
After the person that needs this commander out the most already has his commander out.
well, that Malcolm Vile Smasher needs that commander out big time. But really, having the Talion not out there and the Malcolm not out there, are you just putting Kid in the driver's seat at this point?
I think so.
Like,
It is my opinion that you are, yes.
and there comes the fish. So now there's a draw engine with Kid not on the field. And if they can get a mana rock, even just a mana rock, that fish stays a long time.
Yes.
Especially because now Richie's going to have to remove that Dranith even temporarily and give Sean cards to do it. So,
And for going back to Sharks don't have hands, so why should I? The only infinite combo that I have in there is Niv Curiosity. And
Navy.
It's the only effect in the deck that is forcing me to draw, or is getting effects on draw rather than on discard. And so I have Glinthorn and Niv, and if I can get both of them on board and I cast a wheel, now you're taking double the damage.
I mean, isn't that a loop at end step?
Is it?
I mean, discard a card because you have 8. Draw a card, right? Draw a card means you deal damage.
No, because I'm pretty sure you've already passed the cleanup step at that point.
No, triggers go on the stack. That's part of what why Glinthorn and Malcolm work at end step, is that if you discard, it immediately wins. So we have a Mox Amber coming out from Rog Timna. We have an Orcish Bowmasters, which Kinnan does not want to see in any way, shape, or form. Crop rotation. Sacrificing the Forbidden Orchard. Draw from Mystical Tutor with I'm assuming, the Orcish Bowmaster should already be out, because the Mox Amber's out. So, bye-bye Kinnan.
A mental misstep on the crop rotation.
Interesting. And that's also a Mystic Remora draw.
Well, he flashed the mental misstep. Are we using the misstep on the crop rotation?
I'm not gonna lie, I think I just do it anyways. Like, just as a
Okay, he chose not to do the misstep on the crop rot.
Man, I'm telling you, part of the being able to even be in this situation is being able to politic, right?
100%.
And there's a lot of times so far that Sean has gotten with a few things out on the board just by talking to people.
And it goes back to what I was talking about Clayton. The big thing with cEDH is being able to talk around the board state and do it in a way that you manipulate your board state to be less impactful than it actually is.
Honestly, the way I do that is I just point out what other decks can do.
Yeah, 100%.
And then, like, I don't like it when people deny that they can do things in their deck. Like, all I have is this. Well, all these decks are built to win. Every deck here and everyone is trying to win. Don't sit here and tell me that it's not a threatening board state. Everything you do that progresses you to a win is a problem for you being able to win. You know what I mean?
And I think that was the best part about Nadu, is how fast you can go from having nothing to winning the game
Immediately.
in a snap.
Yeah, I think that Crop Rot for an Ancient Tomb. And then the draw triggers Orcish Bowmaster kills the Kinnan. So we're now at the end step for Rog Timna after the tutors. Decides not to, or you can declare not to cut. That's the thing. Alright, going to Kinnan's turn. Switching active player. Oh no, we're still doing attacks. Dranith could go in for big damage.
Now we're transitioning over to Kennon's turn.
Drannith from the top ropes. Yeah, bam. All right, so with Ancient Tomb coming out, I'm gonna guess. Oh, got rid of the fish. I thought that it was gonna stay around, and that's why he got the Ancient Tomb. Oh, there's a One Ring coming out. Oh, Clever Impersonator. Probably getting the Orcish Bowmaster because, clones are a thing, and that's what they do.
And
So-
he's going to go ahead and ping the OBM as well.
So now he no longer has to worry about the OBM. But here's
100%.
the thing. Like, the damage has been done, but Gaia's Cradle coming out, having 2 creatures out already, seems pretty good. That Drannith has to go, though, because Kinnan wants that gone.
Yeah.
But Kinnan also has the most capability of recovering from this because the big creatures that Kinnan plays are just big splashy things. And unless people have removal for it,
We have a
Ooh.
Kitesail Larcenist.
I wonder if that kite still is going to actually hit the Drannith.
I wonder if it hits the OBM.
I would hit the OBM. Absolutely, 100%.
I wouldn't hit the Drannith.
Now, why wouldn't you hit the Drannith?
Because
And hit the Drannith.
I personally wouldn't hit the Drannith because the Drannith is locking out Kinnan, who is in a very commanding position right now. Kinnan is about to untap with 5 mana, and assuming that you use 4 of that mana to cast Kinnan, you do still have 1 green mana that you can float to... Oh, I forgot he can hit 2. And so they're also hitting the... They're not hitting the actual OBM. They're hitting the token.
I don't know if I agree with that either.
No.
That doesn't
hit the OBM. If you're gonna hit anything, hit the OBM. There
we go. There we go. I was about to say, like, that seemed a little odd. I'm pretty sure he indicated that too. I guess Sean just didn't. But see, the problem with this as well, when you hit that Drannith, right, is that you are also just passing turn. So, like, you're just sitting there. If this was what if he flickers the Drannith? What if he recurs it, like sacks it and recurs it, which is very easy to do in Mardu.
Yes.
Right? You just crack it as a treasure, cast Reanimate, pass.
Or culling the weak into... Or no, you can't culling because
No.
it's a treasure.
I mean, still, like it's still a resource. It's just a wasted kite still at that point. Talion now coming in, huge, on 2. What do you always choose with Talion?
2.
You always choose 2?
Always.
Why is that?
You get the most value out of it at 2.
What are some of the biggest 2-drops in the game right now? Or biggest triggers for Talion, I should say. 2-drop, it could be different as well. You got Timna, you got Breach, you got Thoracle, you got Kinnan,
Tainted Pact,
Tainted Pact,
Felwar Stone,
Felwar Stone, Arcane
Signet,
every talisman.
any talisman,
It's a lot of stuff that can hit.
any of the signets. Not a whole lot of decks are running the signets, but the signets. Kinnan,
Drannith,
Drannith,
so Malcolm. I'm just looking at the things that are on the board for now. Like all of those things can hit.
Pollywog Prodigy, Spellskite, Valley Floodcaller, the Otter hits it, Oppo,
Gosh, just Gilded Drake, the other Gilded Drake. A lot of things here.
Demonic Tutor.
So he's going to sack the Drannith as a treasure. He has the Mox Hammer to tap for a red.
Born, Cabal Ritual, Psych Rift, Delay, Limdul's Vault, Mana Drain, Muddle,
Demonic Tutor.
Tainted Pact. Yeah, I already said Demonic Tutor.
Oh no, he's casting Demonic Tutor. But also that, yes.
Imposter
Wishclaw.
Mech, Wishclaw,
Counterbalance.
Counterbalance.
That's actually a card I'm trying in Marchesa right now. It's not a crime trigger, but it's
Loco,
just
OBM,
it's just
Delny,
Dothy,
Dothy,
Grand Ultra.
Dualcaster.
We are just naming off cards that you're going to see in this game potentially. Lots of things that Talion can hit for 2.
Professional Facebreaker, Ragavan,
Hoop to Jupiter.
Diabolic Intent, Molten Duplication.
Point is, a lot of
lot.
cards. A lot of cards.
Grinding Station, Defense Grid, Animate Dead, Dance of the Dead. Need I go on? Because I will.
You need not. We have a Tim to cast now. Taking 2 from Talion, which again, you know what also was crazy about that? It adds up.
Glenhorn Buccaneer.
That's another one. That is another one.
I know you told me I didn't need to, but now I'm on a
Got on a mission. Lively Dirge.
Yeah, nobody cares about Lively. Final Fortune.
You say that, but it's in the deck.
Yeah, nobody cares about it. Grim Monolith.
I'm also testing out Lively Dirge as well. Or want to test out Lively Dirge in possibly either Scion or TNJ. I'm bummed Ernest didn't get there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Alright, can tap in for 4 mana. Ancient Tomb, taking 2. Are we recasting Kinnan? I don't think so. We have a 1 ring. Vernaus. So we have the 1 ring. How are your thoughts about 1 ring? Like, it's one of those cards that, like, I feel like I could cut,
No,
but I never do.
I would never cut 1 ring, especially in a green deck. Not a chance.
What about not a green deck?
In a non-green deck, I cut it in Rogsai.
I think that makes sense. You're trying to win before that.
100%. I cut it in Rogsai in lieu of Grim Tutor because I think going to find the card that I need rather than hoping that I draw it is more important.
I think that's a very fair assumption. And we saw that earlier today with the
100%.
Rocksai. By the way, going to Malcolm's turn, I am assuming he's going to cast Malcolm, as is tradition. Italian trigger, lose 2, draw a card. Now, you're at this point.
Oh, OB. Oh, it's a treasure.
Oh,
Dang.
damn. Now, I will say,
If only he had hit the token instead.
yeah, if only he made bad plays. Yeah, you're right. Kitesail Arsonist, which is a pirate, with Ward 1, by the way. Only has 1. Well, Ken doesn't care about life total. Wrong Timna does. Who's technically in Adnan's range right now.
We have a Black Lotus coming down.
Or a treasure.
It could be both.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of people use like Black Lotus, Dockside, Jeweled Lotus, stuff like that as treasure tokens because, well, it doesn't you really play it anymore. But like, I'm not gonna do that. I still like my metal treasure token.
And I love it.
Yeah. Chromox pitching A. What was that?
I'm not sure.
But it is shiny.
It is shiny.
Well, it's for black, so you have a spirit. Now, Talion at this point is just going to sit back and chill. No one's really presenting any wins yet. Malcolm has... Well, he has lots of cards in hand, too. Good lord.
I don't really see what it could be.
What, Talion?
Yeah, what do you put under it?
Phyrexian Metamorph? Targeting or... Here's something that people need to, like, remember. Phyrexian Metamorph doesn't target, and you don't announce what it is copying as until it hits the battlefield.
Correct.
People do that all the time. I cast Phyrexian Metamorph targeting this, or targeting that. It's like, nope, not a thing.
It enters as a copy. It does not target what it is copying.
Correct. So, it's a card... It came in as a Kitesail Arsonist, by the way. It targeted the 1 ring. And we have a
Dramatic reversal.
Using it just to get that untap last second. So that you can draw 2 cards off of it. Get some value. Really just a... Do you think it's more of a ritual in this deck? Or do they actually run Isochron?
I don't think she's running Isochron.
I remember you mentioned that earlier as well. That like, hey, a lot of these...
No, she is not running Isochron.
Because there's so many points of interaction. that you can stop Isochron with.
At any point.
Yeah. It's not great.
No, it is not. I like Isochron combos, and I think they're a lot of fun
However,
when I'm not playing for money.
I will say I had it in a deck recently that the whole point of the deck is just produce. It was a Jessica Grixis deck, and it just needs to produce enough mana. So
Absolutely.
it has to be in there, but it is the worst of the combos. Rog Timna getting the beat down. This is makeup for last time. This is the makeup from last time. Italian, I think right now is in a nice position as well. Stopping the Kinnan from drawing more cards. Stopping the Malcolm from even existing. They'll have to crack that treasure and recast Malcolm, which is a huge tempo play. Pitching a mana drain and a... Where's that?
I don't know, his arts aren't lining up.
And all these crazy arts with these crazy kids.
That's why I'm so particular about the arts that I want,
Right.
but that's just
Preference.
me.
Alright, my little tidbit on
It
that.
looks like a reanimate, to be completely honest.
That wouldn't surprise me. Doesn't need it right now. Okay. You got 4 mana tap. Lively Dirge. Ooh, who doesn't that anymore? Lively Dirge. And I believe this Lively Dirge is just reanimating. Because it can. It's actually kind of a versatile card. It's really good in Najeela. It's super good in Najeela. You know why?
No.
It's Derevi, dude. It's Professional Facebreaker. It's Grim. It gets Grim Hirelink.
It's everything.
Yeah, it's everything it needs.
I just don't like the investment.
5. If you're gonna invest 5 mana, it's like you try to win the game. Force of Negation, pitching a mental misstep on the Lively Dirge. Womp womp.
And that's why it's garbage.
Why?
It can be countered.
Technically, all spells can be countered.
Uncounterable spells can't.
Damn. Looks at Abrupt Decay. Damn.
Damn it.
had that-
Looks at Supreme Verdict. Shit.
Damn it. I've had that happen twice last week where I was like, Abrupt Decay. It has Ward. Cool. Anyways, Abrupt Decay. Sean, tapping. Needs not tapping. Tapping for 3. Playing a Ristic Study.
You absolutely can still sink into Stupor it, though.
That is true. Sink into Stupor. Won a
Or-
game for Max today.
Or Aven Interrupter.
Or even Interrupter. Or Mindbreak Trap.
It's uncounterable. That's fine. I'm going to exile it.
Yeah. How about it just doesn't exist here? How about that?
Ever. In this entire game.
You
Ever
can
again.
do Narset's Reversal it.
You can.
Yo. I'm not saying I run Narset's Reversal and Clark Thrasios. Hell yeah.
Dude, Thrark is such a stupid deck.
Why? What do you mean?
It's so stupid.
What do you mean? It's really
I can't really talk about decks being stupid. I did play Pantlaza competitively for a couple weeks.
Hey, Pantlaza qualified for the Invitational.
That's because Jacob is a fantastic pilot of that deck.
No. Ooh, Deadly Relic coming out. Now, Deadly Relic still is free, correct? Because they control their commander. It is a treasure, but they still control their commander. Therefore, Deadly Relic is free.
Yes.
Who would have thought that when you became a Magic player, you had to get lawyer-esque with your
Wording
terminology?
matters.
Yeah. I get real spicy with it. So he is going to remove the Kitesail Arsonist. It should be exiled, not killed, but there you go, champ. So now he has his Malcolm back, and that's at the end step of Kinnan, which means Kinnan also gets the One Ring back. So was that really worth removing it?
No.
Unless they had the Glinthorn Buccaneer, which they very well could have.
Does he have red mana?
He
He does not have Glinthorn. He has a Final Fortune in hand. A Culling the Weak, a Necropotence.
Something tells me that
We're going to go Necro here. Oh, Rev.
Okay, so Rev happens. Oh, he's gonna get a lot of treasures out of this. If this hits, right?
Yeah.
It's Ragavan on steroids. So you'll get a treasure from the Kite Sail, from Malcolm, a treasure from Rev. Malcolm, Rev. That's 4 mana right there, plus 2 cards for that Rev. That's hot. Now, this is why I wanted to buy one. Have it. Now, I heard that like the rarity on this card, it's like it's super hard to find because you have to get a specific jump back, or it has to be exactly the right one because some of them don't have them.
Correct.
That's wild. That's wild. Maybe he sees your cards. Think you got some good hits off that? You know what's also cool about this is Rev says they could just be cast. It's not Ragavan where it's till the end of turn. It's anytime.
100%. Any cards exiled with it may be cast.
And it makes your things pseudo unblockable because it gives them tech touch, and no one's gonna risk their fingers, right? So
Nobody's throwing a Timna in front of it.
nah.
I'll take the 2, 3, maybe even 4 damage if I get to keep my Timna.
If I get to draw 4 more cards,
Yeah.
always worth. All right, so Talion playing the backside of Sinking Stupor.
Yep.
Okay. Kind of interesting. Hasn't really drawn a lot of cards. The first round Talion came out, huge card draw. Hasn't drawn a lot of cards since. Sean having both Ristic and One Ring out. Ooh. Night Tutor. Do we... First of all, paying your taxes. Very nice, very nice. Do we...
I'm going to step out.
Yeah. Do we go get something to stop an engine, or do we get win cons? That's the answer. That's the question. While he's tutoring, remember game night and JC's House of Cards will be at Lango's 10K event in Nashville, May 23rd to the 25th. We are also a Twitch affiliate. If you have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe for free. So, chat, what do you do here? Do you tutor up an answer? Or do you tutor up a win con? Free. You tutor up. Easy slam. Make them have it, right? Make them have it. Although I'm pretty sure Kenrith has it. Oh boy, they actually figured out the active player thing. Sean does need to chill. She's just chilling like a villain. And she's gonna drown them out in advantage. Alright, Rog Timna, what you got, Mardu? Give me something good. We have 3 mana available plus a Lion's Eye, so not quite enough for a Nas or anything of that nature. Necromancy at sorcery speed, so you don't have to sack it. I've actually used Necromancy in a main phase at instant speed to get that sack trigger. Interesting. Do we go for the Dranith or do we go for the Bowmaster? My thoughts is Bowmaster. There it is. Yep. Bowmaster. Especially with that Ristic and that One Ring out, we're going to start seeing a lot of removal of creatures, which, you know, kind of like last game that we watched. Big deal. Ping the Orc army. Okay? Just get rid of that so that Gaia's Cradle taps for nada.
Nothing.
Nothing.
He ain't gonna do nothing.
Necromancy at Sorcery Speed for Orcish Bowmaster. With the One Ring and a Ristic Study out.
Very nice, very nice.
So if I'm the Orcish Bowmaster owner right here, do I take out Malcolm, Talion, or Rev first?
Rev.
By Rev.
Because I don't have one, so that card.
Ah, got it. Because I'm petty as F. That's why. 'Cause I'm petty as F.
Quit playing cards I don't have.
Yeah. If I can't have them, nobody can
Which
have
is saying
them.
a lot.
Not for me.
Not for you.
No.
For me, though.
No.
Steven was talking about buying bulk. Like, yeah, I'll do 5 per 1,000. It's like, y'all are still gonna have to shell out a whole lot of money.
Dude, I do not have that kind of bulk, but I don't want it in my house anymore. Watch, I'm gonna. That's why I like stuff like the website. Conduit might be pretty good.
You know what I like?
Pizza?
I like that Game Night is now a Twitch affiliate, and you can subscribe for free if you have an Amazon Prime account.
Mm-hmm. What's their website?
Their website is going to be GameNightTN.com. You can use the same handle, excluding the .com part, obviously. And find them on all the socials as well.
Another clone effect. I wonder what it's gonna clone.
See, right now with the clone effects, right? At least there is actual things that you can think about cloning other than just Dockside.
Right, but it's the same symptom, right? It's the same thing over and over and over again. Clone the Orcish, play the Orcish, reanimate the Orcish, Orcish this, Orcish that, Orc. It's like that Swedish chef from the Muppets. No, the Swedish chef. Bork. No. And now that Orcish Bowmaster is going to stay.
Bork.
Yo, that's how you know someone's like born a 90s fan. You know the Swedish chef from.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Now, guys, Cradle taps for 1 again. Not because of the. And we have.
Llanowar Elves.
No. Llanowar Elves. They're all Llanowar Elves.
That one's Finhorn Elves.
No, it's not. That's actually Llanowar Elves. By golly, we've done it. And a mana vault. Boy, just look at all the mana. Just crazy crazy amounts. Kinnan always doing it. 2 draw engines out.
What does Kinnan do? Makes mana and draws cards.
Yep.
Crazy. You know, she has her Llanowar Elves, but it's not this Llanowar Elves.
I'm going to get flexed on again with this. We're going to go to Malcolm's turn. Again, 1 ring untapped, Ristic Study, Mana Vault, 2 lands open. Kind of just sitting back. And Sean has 0 pressure to push at all. And just have people waste essentially their interaction. We have a PFB, 7th edition Llanowar foil. Beautiful.
It's gorgeous.
So we have a PFB out. So now, Kitesail and Malcolm both make 3 treasures apiece, plus a card. And with PFB, that's actually more cards as well.
Yeah.
Swing at...
Bork.
Yeah. We have I don't know what that emoji is.
I don't either.
Yeah.
Whatever tabletop is saying.
Yeah.
Bork, bork, bork.
Yeah, Bork Bork. So we have Rog Timna, and I'm guessing Kitten taking two
Oh, look,
apiece.
another OBM.
Oh, look. But here's the thing. That OBM will die. The other one will not.
True.
Yeah. So I don't know how I feel about this as the Talion player. Right? Because to me, you're just giving Kinnan more advantage. If you take out the Malcolm and the Kite Sail, you're just giving Kinnan more and more advantage. And I think that's exactly what Sean is going to do, is be like, hey, yeah, kill my Llanowar Elf. I'll tap it for mana, whatever. Draw 4 cards.
She can't tap it for mana.
Oh, yeah. Well, then Llanowar will die in response to the target. Draw 4 cards. Yeah, I don't think I agree with this. I don't think it's your job as Talion right now to handle the board. I think it's you make Sean do it.
It's also Talion is a control deck, and so controlling the board is the essence of the list. You know what I mean?
It is, but you have to look at the difference between the board states right now. Yes, Malcolm Vial Smasher gets a ton of advantage from this, but Sean is drawing no less than 6 cards next turn, not to mention any Ristic Studies, right? Are you really just going to sit there and, like, and again, your Orcish Master is gone.
OBM.
Oh my god. Guys. I get it. We get the concept.
It's
Bowmaster.
a good card.
Also, there's a question. Oh, they probably couldn't. They probably couldn't in response. Yeah, OBM Winter is right. This is, in fact,
OBM Winter.
OBM Winter.
We had Nadu Summer. Now it's OBM Winter.
I remember Mardu Summer.
Yeah, back in
Glory.
2012.
I played cEDH in 2012. You were barely alive in 2012. You were just a baby. Back in my day.
I'm tired of this, Grandpa.
Play game action. You're stalling.
Swing with Stormcrow.
Are you from Russia? Because you're stalling.
Jesus Christ.
Ooh, force of will on the OBM. Brother. I can't right now.
Speaking of Stalin, the last game.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I have my thoughts on what happened last game. I think that playing to your outs is definitely a thing in cEDH, but I think that both the Rog and the Kinnan both were stalling. They slow played, and that costs Aaron Streeters in that game.
Yes.
And I'm not a fan of effectively trying to bend the rules in that way.
Curse Totem.
Curse Totem, Kinnan's like, crap. Not a fan. But again, with how many cards Sean's drawing, I don't really think she cares.
No.
Which is why, again, I wouldn't have killed the Malcolm. Make Sean take care of the problems.
At this point in the game, I agree.
Like, Talion does not have the mana resources to deal with Kinnan. Just outright. This is just a resource game, right? You don't miss land drops, you draw more cards, you should win the game. 6 coming at Sean, I'm hoping.
Going at Malcolm Vial.
Yo. Did it actually? Yeah, no. It went at Sean. Okay.
I was just joking.
Oh, well, honestly, it wouldn't be the first time I've seen something like that. Today. So we have... And here's the thing about having the Orcish Bowmaster out there, right? The Talion trigger is going to kill your own Bowmaster. So,
Yes.
Because the Imposter mech is just a Bowmaster. And these are absolutely forced draws. Now,
Expensive cardboard.
what about expensive cardboard?
Frontline just got one of the expos in that I don't have. Well, I'm going home to buy cards.
Wrong Timna, once again just passing it. And we have a High Fate Trickster, which, with a Ristic Study and a
One ring.
One Ring, is going to look pretty cool.
You know what would make it look better?
If
Seaborn Muse.
it would look a lot better with Seaborn Muse.
Not a lot better. I mean, it would be a lot better. But it looks very good right now. But
It is very good right now.
with the Seedborn Muse as well.
So,
But Sean also needs to pay attention to her life total because it's starting to get down there with this one ring.
yeah. I mean, but let's be honest here. If this goes to the point where the One Ring is killing you, you did something wrong. Like, something went very, very wrong. Especially with the amount of advantage and flash speed on the board. So, Sean setting up this turn. Do we just... We've drawn 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 mana on board, which isn't a ton. 7 mana on board. More OBM. That's what we need. More OBM. Can't have enough OBM. For your OBM.
My OBM has an OBM.
That's how it's felt this entire game.
You get an OBM, I get an OBM. I get an OBM, he gets an OBM.
So now we have a Kinnan with a Guy's Cradle tapping for 3. Losing 2 life because Kinnan and Talion. We have a draw trigger off of Talion, killing the Rog. I'm not gonna lie, man. Rog Timna has not shown me a lot the last 2 games. It just very linear with its strategy.
100%.
That's no fun. But I think Timna and Jessica is a lot like that too.
Yeah, Timna Jessica, you do one thing, you get Bomberman on board, and then you just Jessica. That's literally all you do. With any Mardu Timna list, that's all you do. Dargo's no different.
I strongly disagree.
That's because you're biased.
I'm not biased.
You are 100% biased.
But I definitely have a Basalt Monolith on the stack. Pact of Negation. Damn. Pact of Negation from the Talion.
100%.
100% on what?
He's agreeing with me.
That there's a Basalt Monolith on the stack?
No,
Absolutely.
They are agreeing with me.
Play Dargo Timna. And we can talk.
I did.
Oh, you did. You played Dargo Thrasios.
Yeah, same. Very similar game plans, I think.
Cast
Dockside wins game.
Cast Big Red Boy. Do Big Red Boy things. Win game. Do Breach.
The big debate. It's not a debate. Dargo Thras is the superior deck over Dargo Timna.
Historically? Or just in general?
In general.
Ah, okay.
Which would incorporate historically.
I was gonna say it incorporates both of them if you're talking about it in general. Okay, we have a Veil of Summer on the stack. Storm count is 4. Veil of Summer would stop the pact.
There's a mental.
There's that mental misstep, remember, that we didn't talk about before? Or it was there before. They've had that all game pretty much. So
And he paid for Ristic.
Smart. I think that's when people start to like lose it a little bit, is when they keep...
All right, here we go. More interaction.
This spell. Storm count is at 6.
Somebody's got to have the MBT, right?
I mean, I would imagine. You would hope.
Somebody's got the MBT.
Well, Timna, show me your silence. Show me your deflecting SWAT.
That's
show
it.
me. That's it?
Yeah, but you have the infinite mana. Where are you going with it?
Great question.
Yes, you're showing infinite mana.
Yes, we have infinite colorless mana on board. Wait, when we're? Oh, Talion. Oh, Talion. That's exactly what we told you was going to happen. Modern Archaic. You ran out of steam. You stopped someone else from having any steam.
Yes, but is that really all we're doing with this infinite mana?
No, I would imagine not. If it-
Finale? But they only have 1 green mana.
They play their land for turn. They used their crop rod already. Mirage Mirror. There you go. There's infinite mana. Now infinite colored mana. Okay. Sean can now draw her deck. Oh, wait,
yeah,
no,
because-
she can't. No, she can't.
Yes, she can.
No, she
Because,
can't.
yeah, she can make infinite green with Gaia's Cradle. Because she has the infinite colorless, and so she can just keep doing it.
Yeah, you
and-
can make infinite colored mana. We know that.
And then she just churns through her deck until she gets to, with
There you go.
With Kenrith.
Besage you on the Curse Totem.
That's it. Until she gets to Tidespout or Hullbreaker.
Yeah.
That's it, right?
I mean, yeah, there's no interaction out here that's going to matter anymore.
Well, we know Talion doesn't have anything. Okay, come on.
No, this is the moment where everyone looks at their hand that they've seen 1,000 times and says, gosh, can I actually do anything? No, still cannot. You couldn't then, can't now. You should have done it before. Okay. Ball Ritual for 5 black. You got it. Italian
Oh,
trigger.
yep, Talion trigger trying to get more interaction in hand.
Should
Oh,
have done.
God.
Should have done that when the basalt was in play or on the stack.
Yeah, because I don't know anything that Talion could draw right now that could end the game. Or that could stop the end of the game.
There's nothing because here's the problem: all these activations can now go over the stack.
Yeah.
So like literally anything that happens at this point is irrelevant, except for the fact that Curse Totem is in play
And Wandering Archaic is going to copy that Cabal Ritual.
and whatever Talion does actually.
There's the
Search
Curse
for
Totem, and that's the end.
Well, no, he has Italian trigger.
He already drew.
Oh well, then what are we even doing here?
And it's not 5 black, it's only 3 black.
He's not even at threshold yet.
No.
Another master class in knowing when to interact on the stack. Yeah, I think that what really this came down to was the fact that
Talion
blew,
interacted with the board whenever he should have made Kennen do it.
yeah, I mean, blowing out Malcolm effectively made you think you're going to beat a Kinnan drawing, umpteen million cards, and you're on 3 mana. That's just not going to work. It's a lot of faith in Talion. But to be fair, he did make it to the top 4.
He did.
So yeah, Talion is about to get beat. There's the
And
time
there's
spout.
Tidespout.
Yeah, which he can play everything at instant speed. By the way, she can.
Turn this TV off. Yeah, this entire match really Kinnan just had everything at all times. She Kendricked the absolute crap out of this entire match.
Yep. Are we still trying to draw out it? Are we still trying to like do this? I applaud the attempt, but this is over.
Yeah, all three of them are F6. I think they're just waiting for the actual win con.
No, she's just explaining it.
Okay, no, you have F6 on board.
Yep.
I don't like when stuff like this happens. Don't have F6 on board if you are able to do something else. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And frankly, for that matter, like,
And the Wandering Archaic is going to get another trigger.
and the Mystic Study.
And so they're not only going to get another card, but they're going to get a specific card, which in this turn is going to be the game card.
Yeah.
Which is any card at this point. And there's Grim Monolith. Not that it was necessary, but... All right. You got the interview.
Another big win for Sean.
Yep, Sean ended, what, 3-0-1?
301, undefeated today. Congratulations, Sean, on a win. Playing that out. Once again, another great tournament at Game Nights. You can visit the store website at GameNightTN.com and join the free loyalty program to get points. That every dollar is a coin. It helps you buy more stuff later on. This stream has been brought to you by Kendrick K. Lamar because they not like us.
They not like us.
They not like us. All right, we are here with the winner of the tournament, Sean, who has been on an absolute tear. What's that been like?
I've never won this much in cEDH or really any Magic format. I've been in like 5 finals in a row, so I'm glad to finally pick one up. But,
Okay.
like, variance is good. Deck's good. We're just keeping it going.
You know, you haven't been doing it on just one deck, though. What have been the decks that you've been using in each of these finals?
So last couple, I've made it on Kennen. The last 3. Before that, I made semis on Rogsai, and before that, I won an event on Quarksaka.
It's a lot of winning. And on different decks, too, which is so much consistency. So, OBM, that last game.
OBM is a house.
Yeah.
That's a house.
It does things.
Yeah.
So, when you cloned it finally with the imposter mech, was that the final, like, look, I'm getting an OBM, I'm keeping an OBM?
Yeah. And even then, it was still 2 more. And I was just like,
Yeah.
I don't know how to deal with this.
So talk to me about that little exchange right there. So they played the OBM, and you had your OBM already out, and you convinced the Talion to wipe Malcolm's board.
Yes.
How'd that go?
I said, you're going to have 4 pings, so I'm assuming you're going to shoot Malcolm, because I'd already shot it for 1. Shoot Rev for 3, and then shoot my elf. And he's like, yeah. So the power of suggestion, I guess.
There you go. That's all it took, huh?
Yeah.
So what is the difference? So you said, again, 3 different decks that you've been winning on. Why Kinnan lately?
Post ban is just the deck that I've found to be the strongest. With Dockside gone, the explosivity from a lot of the other decks is worse. Ad nauseum's worse. And I think just like the cram as many Ristic Study clones in your deck as you can is like the strongest thing you can be doing in the format.
How many clones are you running for Ristic Study?
I'd have to look. It's too many.
It's too many?
It's too many.
Have you thought about Steel Enchantment as well?
I'm not on Steel Enchantment.
Okay, so you probably have Mirror Maid, you probably have Copy Enchantment, you probably have Clever Impersonator, which I think people are underestimating Clever Impersonator.
That
right
one's
now.
good.
Like,
It did get an OBM.
Yeah.
You got an OBM, so.
I mean, twice today you've done Clever Impersonator and it did work both times. Does the fact that copying anything on the board make it that much better?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
What's your favorite card in the deck right now?
Valley Floodcaller.
Really?
That's my favorite card in Magic.
Really? Say more to that.
So the Sanctum of All Otter deck that was in Standard like 2 RCs ago.
Okay.
I just fell in love with that deck. It just did absolutely absurd things. And so I was just like, I need to play Valley Floodcaller. And so I put it in every deck I can now, and it does things that you wouldn't expect, like untapping your Birds of Paradise, like makes them grow.
That's
like Beats is
interesting.
a real thing. Whenever you clone a Valley Floodcaller and you get double untap,
Yeah.
like that's real. There's a lot of really cool stuff you can do.
Are you running Vanishing Knack and Retraction Helix as well, or no?
I'm not.
So even without the actual combo that everyone runs, you're still thinking it's worth it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Interesting.
Flash Enablers plus Ristic Study is like way too good.
Yeah. Flash in general.
Flash in general.
And then High Fate Trickster came out twice today and did work again. So that Flash you still think that card's worth it?
Absolutely. Like it's 1 extra mana, but
Flash is Flash, right?
Flash is Flash.
So this is now what, the second or third month in a row that you've top 4 or won at game night. How is it playing here at game night?
It's always a good vibe. Good mix of like the grinders and like the local community and stuff. So it's always fun to just come out and see people.
It's awesome. Well,
It
congratulations.
drives you out. So that's
It does.
and that's the prize.
Oh,
so
I appreciate that. Sean, congratulations on the deck
Thank you.
win, and again on Kinnan. Finally get that close out with Kinnan. Are you going to switch it up after this one now that you've won with Kinnan?
I don't know. I think Kennen's pretty good.
I
think Kinnan's pretty good.
Why stop what's already good, right?
Yeah,
Well,
that's what I'm saying.
congratulations again.
Thank you.
All right. So, here at Game Night, thank you all for joining in and watching this event with us. We will be back next month and with many other events going on, such as Popper and Trio Team, Vintage, and at Game Night, which you can visit at GameNightTN.com. We'll be at the 10K event on May 23rd, and you can